Good morning, everyone. What a pleasure it is to welcome you, those here in person and online, to our 2026 Spring Council meeting. We have a fantastic day for you all planned. We're not expecting any fire drills today, so if the alarm does sound, please follow the green lit signs out and away from the building. We do have stewards available, and they are in blue high-vis jackets who can help. We have a quiet space available today. Please ask anyone wearing a WI badge or in a blue high-vis jacket. For those willing and able, please be upstanding for Jerusalem.
Good morning and welcome to Hampshire County Federation of Women's Institutes Spring Council meeting, which will include our annual general meeting. It's good to see so many of you here today, and as always, there is a lovely buzz as WI members gather. Before we begin, a quick word about the music you may have heard as you arrived, and it will be played throughout the day. These songs are all part of the NFWI's CPR playlist, put together as part of our campaign, Bystanders Can Be Lifesavers, with each song being 100 to 120 beats per minute, which is the rate of chest compressions needed if you are following when delivering CPR. Hopefully, if you ever need to perform CPR, one of these songs will come to mind. So, it's brilliant to be in a new venue, in a different city, and a chance for us to explore a different part of Hampshire. We have a packed day ahead with exciting and inspirational speakers, a brilliant raffle with prizes that have been donated by Red Funnel, the Cook Shop, and also there are a pair of tickets for Kinky Boots in London. Ooh, yes, first all of the day, thank you very much. There is also a surprise dance appearance with a few trustees and advisors this afternoon ahead of our final speaker, Steve Pateman. That could also have had an ooh, okay? Thank you. I hope you all have an enjoyable day. And without further ado, I would like to welcome the Lord Mayor of Southampton, Councillor James Bailey, for a short welcome. Thank you very much.
Good morning. So, it is an absolute pleasure to be able to join you today. So, thank you very much for your warm welcome. I think I've just been asked to welcome you to Southampton. So, there has been some reasonably unpleasant news articles about Southampton in the last few months. So, I'm going to start by just saying why I think Southampton's amazing. So, Southampton is, of course, a port city. We have been a port city for thousands of years. And the main reason is something I've learnt this year. Southampton has a double tide, which is apparently very unique, and it means you can do twice the amount of shipping that you can anywhere else. So that's why we've been a port city for thousands of years. You learn these things when you're mayor. Like, there's loads of weird historic stuff that I've suddenly had to become very familiar with. But we have our amazing medieval walls. We have links to the Mayflower, our role in aviation history with the Spitfire. Our city has, for centuries, been a place of innovation, resilience, and global connection. But for me, what makes Southampton so special today is the variety and richness of life that you find within it. We are really proud to have more public open spaces and parks than any other city in the region, places where people can walk, gather, enjoy a bit of peace in the middle of a busy world. Alongside that, we have a thriving cultural scene, from the outstanding productions at the Mayflower Theatre to our vibrant music venues and the fantastic Southampton City Art Gallery, which has recently reopened after renovations. We have one of the best collections of art outside London, which I don't think is as widely known as it should do. So if you ever get a chance, do go along and have a look. It's free. We are also a city of learning and innovation, home of two amazing universities, University of Southampton and Solent, as well as one of the country's leading hospitals in Southampton General Hospital. We also have our amazing sports teams. Well, no, they are amazing. We're doing well at the moment. So Saints are winning matches, first time in a few years. Happy days. And also, just down the road, we have an international cricket venue at the Utilita Bowl. So all of that within reach of Southampton. But really, for me, what defines Southampton are the people. We are such a wonderfully diverse city with communities from all over the world and a strong history of volunteering, neighbourliness, and civic pride. And whether that's cultural events, charitable work, or just looking out for each other, there's a real sense that people want to contribute and belong. And I know from experience, some of my family members have been members of the WI. I know that's something that I hope resonates deeply with you. The WI has such a strong history of bringing people together and championing women and quietly and powerfully making a difference. So just to sort of finish, because I don't want to take up too much time in your fantastic schedule. Some of the speakers you've got later look absolutely incredible. Thank you. Thank you for the work that you do in your communities. Thank you for the role that you play in keeping community spirit alive, and not just alive, but thriving. It's an honour for us to host you here in Southampton, so thank you all for coming. I know Hampshire is a massive area, so for those of you that have travelled a long way to get here, thank you for coming. So I hope you have a fantastic day, and I very much look forward to meeting some of you later on. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for joining us this morning, and I hope you do enjoy hearing about what we've been up to. Okay, so, yeah, people have come in. Members, I would now like to officially open Hampshire WI's annual general meeting. Tick, that was my first job done. Feel free to come in and take a seat, by the way. Don't worry about moving around while we're talking. Also, on that note, I'm aware that it does and may get a little bit warm in here. If you do feel the need that you need to just get up and go out, I'm not going to be offended too much. But, yeah, this isn't a school assembly, okay? We're all adults and we're all able to pop to the toilet when we need to. Okay, so we have 2 extra items to address in this year's annual general meeting due to the constitution changes that took place. So there will be a number of votes today for delegates, okay? but we will walk you through these very carefully. Apologies if it sounds like we're teaching you to suck eggs, but we want to get these right. However, first of all, we are going to go for the ones we're used to, and we're going to vote for our standing orders. So delegates, you will have received copies of the standing orders beforehand. You own only for delegates to vote. Please, could you hold your tickets, just your programme? I'll get Rachel, there you go. Thank you. At the right time. When we ask you to vote. Okay, so first of all, I would like to seek approval for the standing orders. Could I have a proposer, please? Thank you, Barbara George. Could I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Kathy. Delegates in favour, please wave your tickets now. Thank you very much. Delegates against, please wave your tickets now. Thank you very much. So you make that nice and easy. Second, could we now vote on the minutes of the March 2025 Spring Council meeting that was held at Portsmouth Guildhall? Could I have a proposer, please? Thank you, Diana. And could I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Melody. Delegates in favour, please wave your tickets now. Excellent. Thank you very much. Delegates against, please wave your tickets. Again, thank you for making that easy. So, that is our first set of votes, and I will sign the minutes afterwards rather than wandering off and signing them right now. So, we will now move to vote on two resolutions that are as part of the proposed change in constitution to federations. These special resolutions were previously sent to all WIs when this meeting was formally called, so you would have had an email from Chloe, our Federation Secretary, on the 27th of February 2026. And I'd like at this point to thank the Isle of Wight Federation, thank you, who will be our teller for today, and she will be supported by Chloe. Now, bear with us, because we really do want to get this right, because we've had to do it by numbers. This isn't just a wave of hands, so this is going to involve buckets, cards, and counting. So, delegates, you will have had voting packs that look like this, 2 envelopes, and you should have got them as you arrived. A brown envelope and a white envelope. If any delegate does not have these, could you raise your hand now, and Chloe or one of the team will ensure you have them. And there's no need to be shy. I will carry on explaining. Perfect. Thank you. Keep waving if you're missing one. Chloe and others are keeping their eyes peeled for me. So, I will ask you to vote by placing a coloured card in the buckets that will be passed round. Where you're in the middle of a block, if you could pass your cards along, that would be very much appreciated. It will help us and make life easier. If you would like to keep your vote secret, you are more than welcome to put the relevant card back in the envelope and then put the envelope in the bucket. Okay? That's the general procedure. I will keep reminding you of it as we go through. So, do all delegates have their envelopes? Thank you. I like the interaction. Is everybody ready? Good. I do now feel like we're about to start a gladiators race, but that's fine. Okay, resolution 1. This is your white envelope. Trustees, you should also have these, okay? Thank you. So, in the white envelope, you will find a pink voting card and a yellow voting card. The pink is for yes, the yellow is for no. Please note that when we refer to draft articles of association, we mean the revised constitution, okay? And that was sent to you on the 27th of February, or your secretaries on the 27th of February. And this is the bit I can't wing. I have to read this properly. So, subject to Resolution 2, the draft articles of association attached hereto be and are hereby approved and adopted as the articles of association of the Hampshire County Federation of Women's Institutes in substitution for and to the exclusion of all existing articles of association of Hampshire County Federation of Women's Institutes. Simply speaking, are you happy to adopt the new agenda, the new articles of association, i.e. the Constitution? If you could now please place your votes in the buckets that will be going round. People that have said they would take buckets around, could you please stand up? Thank you. So that is pink for yes, yellow for no. If you haven't handed it in, just wave your hand and a bucket will head your direction. Thank you very much. We do it this way because we have to actually have a formal number that we have to submit to show that we've got the correct percentages. So thank you for your patience. Okay, are there any more? Okay. I didn't fall off the stage. I think that's a win. Okay, has everybody put those tickets in a bucket? Bucket holders, please go to Chloe, empty your buckets, but keep hold of them because you're going to need them for Resolution 2. Right, we ready? Resolution 2. This is the brown envelope. And in this envelope, you should have a green voting card and a purple voting card. Yes is the green card, no is the purple card. So this is a resolution because of the number of trustees that we will continue to have, or we are proposing to continue to have for the next election period. So I will read it out and then do the simple terms again. Hampshire County Federation of Women's Institutes shall have 15 elected trustees, notwithstanding Article 52A of the Articles of Association, up until 5 of the elected trustees currently in office retire or resign, at which point the requirement to have a maximum of 10 elected trustees under Article 52 shall apply. I.e., there's a difference between our current constitution, which is what we ran our election under, and the new constitution. So in the current constitution, we could have up to 15, which we did because we had plenty of volunteers. But in the new constitution, we can only have 10. So this is saying you are happy for us to continue with 15 until our next election or until we give up. So can I please have delegates vote? Yes is green, no is purple. Buckets will be going round again. Okay. Okay, has anyone not voted or not in sight of a bucket? It's quite bright up here. Okay. Still going in that corner. Right, those with buckets, could you then bring them to Chloe? Thank you ever so much, Chloe and Georgina, thank you, from the Isle of Wight. They will now go and count those and officially tell us the result at some point, and we will announce it to you during the rest of the day. Thank you very much for our volunteers, and thank you to everyone for voting. So, we will now move on to the review of our annual report and accounts for October 2024 to September 2025. So I will now pass you over to Rachel, who will provide you with a review of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katrina. Welcome. Good morning. I'm Rachel Newdegg and Hampshire Federation Vice Chair. Welcome to the potted version of the annual report that you will hopefully all have had sight of as it will have been sent to you. On the next few slides, I hope to illustrate how, as a federation, we've tried to follow our vision of fun, friendship and forward thinking by giving you all an idea of what we have achieved over the past year. The year we are looking at will be our financial year, October 2024 to the end of September 2025. And I can tell you it's very difficult putting that together when you're already in the middle of 2026. So, competitions. Over this year, we've set a few competitions, and of course, we've had the annual Federation quiz. Heats are held all over the county, and the final held in Eastleigh. The winners will be announced later, if you don't know who already they are. We held the annual Federation calendar photograph competition, which this year was Technology in Hampshire. If you purchased a calendar for 2025, the January photo was of the change in phone technology, it's down on the bottom, but it's quite a bit of difference in technology. Every year, many WIs enter the competitions at the Hampshire New Forest Show, and this year was no exception. There were entries from 23 WIs and over 600 entries over 13 categories, including baking, craft, flower arranging, photography and art. And we look forward to some more competitions in the coming year. To complement the usual Federation competitions, we've introduced monthly competitions in Hampshire WI News and in WI for You. These have included knitted bees, artwork on a postcard, a biscuit recipe, and your funniest joke. I'm told the winning joke will be told to you later. Promotion. We promote ourselves in a few different ways in Hampshire. If you follow us on Facebook, or if you don't yet, search for Hampshire WI, we are quite prolific. We don't just promote our upcoming events, we post other interesting items that catch our attention, including postings from NFWI. If you use Instagram, you'll find us on there too. We have a website which is constantly being changed and updated. If you need to check for any information, it's always worth logging on there. www.hampshirewi.org.uk. We also have a WI presence at the Hampshire New Forest Show, the Aylesford and the Romsey shows, with over 6,000 visitors at the New Forest Show alone, plus many more at the other shows. And we were able, again last year, to have a charity hut at Winchester Christmas Market. So on a very cold December day, some advisors and trustees turned up to talk to any passing ladies about the WI and promoting the current or past resolutions. Resolutions. We have continued supporting members campaigning for clean rivers, and indeed we held an afternoon event in WI House on this very subject with very interesting outside speakers. Following the Bystanders Can Be Lifesavers resolution, members have been encouraged to publicise the educational events they have run to advance their knowledge of CPR. Diana and Melody continue to organise events supporting the White Ribbon campaign promoting violence against women. Oh, not against. Yes. When I wrote that, I read it and didn't read it right, didn't think it was right. But you know what I mean. Resolution discussions have been arranged at WI House and virtually to allow members to find out about and discuss resolutions before making a decision on which one to support for the coming year. Gone backward. When I look back again this year at what events we'd put on by the events team in the year of the annual report, I think that there's been quite a few events and activities for you all, quite a list, I hope you agree. Harriet Riddle spent a day in WI House teaching us how to do machine-stitched portraits. Fascinating day, but mine's still in the bag. A glass fusion class was very popular with members too. And last year, a group of trustees set up a regular create, craft and chat group. We usually hold it on a Friday or a Saturday in WI House. We encourage members along with their own projects, have a chat, eat some cake, and get to know one another. And there's always somebody available to give a little bit of help and encouragement if needed. It just costs you £5. Here are just a few images of events we've had this year. We have speaker selection days, which happen about 3 times a year. We try to spread them across the county. Possible new speakers for your WI meetings? I know I've used the speakers selection data book. And to celebrate VJ Day, Joanna Fote came and enlightened us with the story of the Lumberjills in World War II. The day Our Hampshire HCFWI representatives hosted a lunch for HCFWI. Other events we've had our now becoming annual John Lewis Christmas shopping event held in the Southampton store, an evening enjoyed by many members, and we already have a date in the diary for this year. Our ever popular WI holiday went to Kent this year. 4 coaches of ladies went, and some husbands. Go back. Vicky organised the Eco Balloon Race for the 3rd year running. It became quite a thing, as those of you who had joined the race were all in competition to see if they were in the lead. And some of us bought our grandchildren balloons, so they were all watching as well. Last year, we also applied to National Federation of WIs for a Denman grant. We were told in August that we had been successful to the value of some money, but more about that later. Training, we also offered end-of-year training for officers. MCS training continued to be offered one-to-one if anyone needs it. Communications. We communicate to you, our members, through our monthly magazine, social media, postings via your secretary, emails, and the website. We increased the number of pages and content in the magazine over the last few months, and although subscriptions have not increased, feedback has been positive. It costs you £6 at the moment for every magazine that you receive. Over the year, that is, not just one-off, not every month. And if you've not signed up yet, please head over to our website to join us on WI for You. This is our direct to your inbox newsletter. You don't have to wait for your postings to come out for your secretary to send them on. This is direct to your inbox. WI House is open 9:30 till 2:30, Monday to Thursday. Everyone is always welcome to pop in for a coffee, buy your stationery, buy some cards. Please, you're all welcome to come in. But unfortunately, the lift has been out of order for the majority of this year, and we are still waiting for it to be sorted. But we have moved events, and we have moved meetings downstairs so it's easy access for people. In the past year, we've sadly lost some WIs, but the good news is that we have 4 new ones in this time: Borley and Botley WI, Coates WI, Athena WI, and Bedhampton Bells WI. Welcome to you all. Thank you for listening. Have a fabulous day. And I'm now going to welcome your treasurer, Gail, to give her report.
Good morning, honoured guests and fellow members, and welcome to the numbers section of the annual general meeting, the one you really look forward to. Before giving an overview of the statutory accounts, I thought I'd say a few words about gift aid. But first, a very, very big thank you to all the WIs who send me copies, scanned versions are fine, of their members' gift aid declarations and details of their gift aid claims. This helps me enormously when I put together the Federation's gift aid claim. However, gift aid is definitely one of those government initiatives which sounds great in theory. VAT is another one, in case you wondered. And it basically says that if a person has paid tax and then gives money to a charity, then the charity can claim gift aid of 25% of the amount donated. Simple. Sorry. Claiming gift aid is simple if, in order to claim gift aid, your WI must have an HMRC charity reference number. This is different from the Charity Commission number. A WI is considered to be charitable even if it hasn't formally registered with the Charity Commission. I will acknowledge that the task of acquiring an HMRC tax reference number is not necessarily easy, but it can be done. You'll need personal data about your committee, such as national insurance number, date of birth, current address, and previous addresses if they've lived there less than 3 years. Unfortunately, this is not something the Federation can do for you, and I apologise for that. If you do have an account with a known password and phone number, then that's wonderful. If you don't, then you may need to get hold of HMRC to actually give you access. I have to sort of say that this is the bit where talking to HMRC is probably your best policy. And it depends whether you like waiting on the phone for half an hour or an hour. I mean, you know, another hour of your life you won't get back. So remember to keep up to date the HMRC's account when the gift aid person changes. Otherwise, you'll go back all the way back to step one and have to start all over again trying to get hold of HMRC, etc., etc. Claiming gift aid is simple if you have gift aid declarations from members. Members only need to fill in the form once. As long as their tax position doesn't change, the form signed 20 years ago is still valid. The fact that the numbers change as far as the subscription is concerned does not matter. The form remains valid until revoked by the member. Once a year, usually in April, members should be asked to let you know if they've stopped paying tax or started paying tax and would like to sign a declaration. A new member who pays tax should be requested to fill in a tax declaration as soon as they join. They can refuse, of course. To fill in a tax declaration form, they need to have started or resumed paying tax. And please note that even if your WI doesn't qualify for gift aid, the Federation can. So if you're not claiming, but you've got people who'd like to send me a gift aid form, that would be fantastic. Claiming gift aid is simple if, and it's the member who does it doesn't need to be the treasurer. You can have anybody, and they don't need to be on the committee, but it does need reports to your committee. A claim is usually only submitted once a year, and if your WI hasn't claimed for a while, you can claim for the past 4 years, either within one claim or split into several. Claiming gift aid is simple if your WI doesn't charge non-members more than members for items such as outings or teas or anything like that. The rules are quite complicated, but do need paying attention to. And essentially, the amount you charge the non-members places a financial value on membership, and this must not exceed 25% of the WI share of the membership, so quite small. However, once you've done all of this and you've got there and put it in, you will get some money back from HMRC. And at the moment, they are turning it round in a couple of weeks. It was up to 6 months a while ago, so somebody's doing something. So as I say, otherwise you need time and at times patience. I hope this hasn't put you off. And once again, many thanks for all those who send me gift aid for information, and please keep going so. Now turning to the annual report and accounts. Rachel has given you a flavour of what HCFWI has been up to in the past year, and thank you, Rachel. But to me, the 2024 felt like the shackles arising from COVID-19 were finally dropping away. Equally, our 3 staff members have been busy suggesting and embracing new methods of working, for which I thank them. And our trustees and advisors were engaged in seeking ways to assist WIs. But from my point of view, the finances were good. The income streams all increased. Income from subscriptions and other charitable activities increased, as did our fundraising. Voluntary income, donations, etc. were overall higher, but unrestricted was very much lower, and I'll come on to that more about that later. Income from investments was fractionally higher, and overall you'll note that unrestricted was marginally lower than last year, whereas restricted was significantly higher, due to the Federation being successful in its bid for the project of a Denman award of £10,000 and to money to fund the Pennington bursary. Expenditures is increased, which doesn't really come as too much of a surprise in days of inflation, but we have managed to reduce the cost of raising funds. However, additional money has had to be spent on activities, on staff and the house. And what, you may ask, are these transfers between funds? The Federation has a small number of restricted funds. There are times when income and/or expenditure are not recorded directly under the restricted column, and it is included in the unrestricted column. Where that happens, we move the funds about, and the main one tends to relate to depreciation on WI House, which is a restricted fund. Investments, however, although investments from income from investments was up, we did actually suffer a reasonably significant loss on our investments. It should be noted that only a few years ago, financial institutions were threatening to charge investors with the privilege of looking after their money. So we probably should be grateful for small mercies at the moment. Taking the figures from the last few slides produces an overall result. Whilst last year was more than acceptable, this year is a little bit of a damp squid. Acceptable, but care needed. When producing this slide, I need to remind you to look at note 16 of the accounts, which not only shows the movement in the year against each fund, but gives a more detailed description of each fund. Restricted funds, as their name implies, are funds where there are restrictions on how the funds can be spent. WI House accounts for a large part of the value, and the decrease mainly arises from the depreciation charged against the buildings of WI House. There isn't depreciation on land. Functional fixed assets relate to all those items on the fixed asset register. There were additions in the year, and I'll speak of them in a minute. Investment revaluation shows the amount by which our investments have shrunk or grown over the time since they were invested. And then there are the funds which, over the various years, trustees have established for very specific purposes. These are called designated funds, and the trustees can, if they so wish, choose to change the designation. HCFWI allocates investment income and gains or losses to each fund with a view to maintaining their value in real terms. And finally, there is a general fund which we can do with whatever we want with, well, within reason. The sharp-eyed amongst you will note that the worth of the Federation fell last year, and I'll return to that in a minute. I produce this slide every year and say, do read the notes, they're fun. Well, okay, maybe only to some of us, but they do actually give more information than the actual just numbers in the income, the SOFA and the balance sheet. They tell you what what are employee and trustees' expenses, and they give more information on restricted and designated funds, and therefore give a more complete picture of everything that's going on. I stand here most years and sort of give some indication of what the budget for the following year is going to be. But actually, until this year, I've never gone back and looked at what we said we were going to do last year, because actually we've usually exceeded it. So what we said last year was that we were going to invest in the house, decorate throughout, upgrade the electricity and security systems, revise the space to make it more member-friendly, look at our IT support, and basically have the finance strategic plan was to break even, taking 1 year with another. So what did this mean in the finance? Well, it was unfortunately quite a big loss of 23,000. And you're just thinking, well, yeah, but you've just told us you've made a surplus of 6,000. Why are you whinging, Gail? Well, I'd like to take you through one-off receipts and capital investments. We've spoken about the Denman bursary and the Pennington bursary. They added £10,500 to our income, but we haven't spent it yet. So it's a slightly, this is next year, but we're not allowed to do that in the accounts quite that way. We also put money into some capital. We upgraded our electrical cupboard, so it now doesn't look like a death trap. We upgraded the WI security system. And finally, we bought a whole load of laptops for our staff so that they can take them home if we ever have to suddenly work from home. The total of these comes to over £15,000. If I take the surplus as shown in the accounts and remove the 10,500, remove the 15,000, because actually if I hadn't capitalised them, they would have been a cost, then the surplus would have been merely 19,000 as a deficit, which is a lot closer to the 23 than you might have thought. But nevertheless, better than budget. Looking ahead to this current financial year, we will continue to invest in the WI house with having a schedule of regular maintenance. We want to assist WIs with their IT challenges, And as ever, the finance strategic plan is to break even, taking 1 year with another, keeping up with good financial practice, and also looking at ways that we can support WI treasurers. So this is the scary slide, and the forecast for this coming year is a deficit of £43,000. Enormous. I'm hoping that it doesn't actually come to that, but I can't say that I'd be surprised if it did. We are looking at ways in which we can save money and also generate funds to ensure that we keep healthy. Well, that's it. Now you get the wonderful thing of voting again. Only you don't need buckets for this vote, just waving your programme will do. I propose the adoption of the annual report and accounts for the year ending September 25. This proposal has been seconded by Rachel. Therefore, please would delegates who wish to vote in favour of this proposal, please now wave your tickets. Oh, you are so well trained. Okay, would any delegate who wants to vote against it raise their, as I say, beautifully trained. Now I wish to propose the Board of Trustees are empowered to negotiate the independent examination of the accounts and to fix the fee for the examination. This proposal has been seconded by Diane Calcroft. Please would delegates who wish to vote in favour of this proposal now please wave their. You are fantastic, thank you. And anybody against? Lovely. Thank you for your attention. Can I now pass over to Katrina?
Okay, thank you very much. Hang on, we need to raise this. Excuse me a minute. Okay, can you still hear me? Good. Excellent. Right. I'm missing a slide, but there we go. Right, first things first. I would like to say thanks to all the trustees who have been with us for the last 2 years. I would also like to thank Ali Galt and Corinne Johns, who I don't believe are here today, but they stepped down since the last Spring Council meeting. I would also like to give thanks to a pocket rocket who has so much energy, enthusiasm and love for the WI, it is infectious. Barbara George has been a trustee for 4 years and has taken the decision to step down from the board. Many of you will know Barbara from her role as a WI advisor, and don't worry, you will still continue to see her in that role. She has spearheaded the Federation's links with local rugby clubs and has been our safeguarding lead for at least the last 2 years, alongside many, many other contributions. Barbara, we will miss you at board meetings. To give you all a small insight into her dedication, and I hope you don't mind me saying this, Barbara, she popped into our last board meeting, her last board meeting, virtually, from her hospital bed. Melissa Green of National WI was sat next to me, she joined us for that meeting, and she whispered to me, she's a legend. And she's right, Barbara, you are an absolute legend. So Barbara, please accept these flowers as a small gesture of our appreciation and thanks for everything you do and have done as a trustee and for being a truly inspirational woman. Okay, tissues all round. Deep breath, big hugs. Okay. Good luck, you guys. You're about to got some big shoes to fill. Okay. I would now like to introduce your Board of Trustees for 2026 to 2028. I'm just getting a glass of water. As you all now know, there will be 15 trustees until 2028, or until we individually throw in the towel, whichever comes sooner. So, trustees, could you all please stand, turn and face the audience, and I will run through their names. So, we have Angela, feel free to wave at the same time. Yes, I like it. Angela Bryce. Oh, my word. This could take a while. Diana Calcraft. Jackie Carver, Penny Clark, Sue Crump, Jennifer Dietrich, Caroline Hopkins, Katrina Kemp, Melody Morgan, Rachel Newdegg, Gail Poussard, Annie Smith, Kathy Winter, Barbara Withers, and right up the back, Vicky Retham. Thank you, ladies. You can now seat. Thank you very much. Those of you new to the board, welcome. I hope you don't throw in the towel too soon. I would now like to introduce also our WI advisors, and as you will see, a few people wear two hats. Advisors, where able, please stand and also face the audience. Thank you. So, Helen Carter, who sadly can't be here today. We then also have Susan Farmer, Barbara George, Melody Morgan, Liz Perry, Lindsay Peters, Helen Tyson up the back, Kathy Winter, Barbara Withers, and also up the back, Vicky Retham. Thank you. Okay. I've been considering what I would say in this address for some time. And at one point in the last few months, I wondered if I was even actually going to be standing here talking to you. It has been a challenging year. You might remember that last year I joked about the WI house lift, ceilings falling in, and a Spring Council last-minute change of venue. 2 out of 3 solved, I'd say, is a good start. But as you've already heard, the lift continues to be the bane of our life. Just as we thought it was fixed, it broke again. I've even joked that maybe a couple of trustees should train as lift engineers to sort the problem out. However, we are on the case, not with the lift engineer training, but actually getting it fixed. And we will ensure that WI House is accessible to all. And as Rachel already pointed out, we have changed some of our events to downstairs to make them more accessible. But this is just reassurance that we are on the case. It's as frustrating for us as it is for you. But beyond fixing the lift, what else are we actually up to? And you've had a hint at this with Rachel and also with Gail's speeches. So, on behalf of the board, I'm happy to launch our strategy for the next 2 years. We've got 5 areas that we're going to be working across, and I don't think any of those will be a surprise to you. But the strategy helps to organise ourselves, our plans, and it keeps us focused. We all have a tendency to get a little bit overexcited. Don't worry if you can't read it on the screen. There are copies in the directory that your WI will have picked up, and we will also be sending out copies. And belt and braces, it will be on the website as well. So, our focus is campaigns, activities and events, and WIs and members. And they are the top 3 boxes of the 5 grid at the bottom. But they're underpinned, as you will have seen from what Rachel and Gail said, by communication and marketing and our resources. And by resources, we mean our staff, our amazing volunteers, not just those that have stood, but there are many others around this room, and also WI House as our asset. So, resources. As Gail has already highlighted, in our budget, and our aim is to break even. And we will, of course, maintain WI House to ensure it is accessible and open to all members. One of our big aims in this area is to continue developing a culture that enhances and encourages working together. Because when we all work well together, it means we provide more for you as our members. In terms of communication and marketing, I hope you have enjoyed WI for You, as Rachel highlighted. And we will continue to use that, and there are opportunities for you to sign up that today. And I'd like to highlight it supplements what we send to secretaries. We are also using more of a brand identity for Hampshire WI. Part of this happened a little bit by accident, but we're embracing it now. You'll have seen the rose on your programme, and we use that a lot more, and we are editing it as we go for different events. But there's always more we can do in terms of consistent messaging, and also ensuring we have a stronger digital presence. Celebrating the diversity of you guys, our members, and also ensuring that our comms and marketing reflect that we are a modern, inclusive and forward-looking organisation. And to help with this, we're on the lookout for what we call content creators. So watch this space. I mean, look at us with the modern lingo. I think we can blame Strictly for that, okay? But it's about embracing anyone that has the skills and is willing to help us and has new ideas. Without the resources, the comms and the marketing, we couldn't do all the things that you and I love about the WI, the events, the activities, and the campaigning. And alongside the support that we will continue to give to WIs and the support we will provide to campaigns, and Diana will tell you a bit about this later, our focus over the next year is on reviewing our events and activities. The part of the Federation that allows us to provide the fun and the friendship that we all enjoy. The part ensures that we are connecting, empowering, and supporting each other. In the last year, we have had to cancel a couple of events due to low ticket sales, and that continues to be a challenge. And I'll be perfectly frank, you'll be aware that it was also a challenge for us for today's event. So we're bringing together all the volunteers who oversee different Federation activities, whether that's organising speaker selection days, the officer training, the resolution events, as well as the events team. And we hope to provide a more coordinated approach, which will mean you don't have the dilemma of having to try and be in two places at once, and we apologise that that's happened on a couple of occasions. Ensure that events are actually taking place across the county, nearer to you, and also so that you can try and plan a bit further in advance. So we will try and give you more notice about activities and events that we're running. We've also decided, as a federation, that we will focus on larger events, such as those like the red dress, if anyone came to Concord Club. And we will provide something different to your WI activities, which I appreciate is really hard because some of your WIs are much smaller, others are much larger, and that's a huge range of things you can offer. So we will still offer some of the smaller events, the coffee mornings, for example, the create and craft that Rachel mentioned, because they bring together a cross-section of members, and you and I love that about Federation events. We get to meet different people. But we will host 3 large events of this size, including Spring Council, each year, and explore different ideas as to what they could be. So if you have any suggestions, please come and chat with any of the trustees, any of the advisors, anyone that's willing to listen and get the word back to one of us. I know often ideas come on the way home, so it doesn't have to just be today. And in line with those large events, I'm pleased to announce that there will be an autumn meeting at the Anvil for the first time in over 5 years. The event is a fundraiser, so it is a day of entertainment themed around fun and friendship, and tickets will go on sale very soon. Everything we do at Hampshire is underpinned by our WI charitable objectives. And I think it's always worth reminding ourselves what these are. I mean, I'm hoping they're on the tip of your tongue because you will have read the Constitution recently and you just voted for it as delegates. So some of you will know this. You'll also know I'm summarising. So our objectives as a charity are to advance the education of women and girls, looking at, and this isn't a full list, issues around political and social importance, music, drama, agriculture, science, social welfare. We also promote development through sustainable development, through education on environmental matters, the promotion of sustainable economic growth and regeneration. We also campaign to advance health and also advance citizenship by promoting the civic responsibility and volunteering. And it was good to hear the Mayor mention that as something that's important to Southampton as well. So as you can see, there is a huge range of areas and topics that we can engage with as part of our charitable objectives. And that's the beauty of the WI. It really is what you make it, which again allows us to connect, support, and empower. So that brings me to a matter that it would be remiss of me not to mention. The last few months have been, for me personally, the most challenging since I became a trustee. And it is vitally important that we talk about this and do not stay silent. On the 3rd of December 2025, NFWI announced that following the Supreme Court ruling, trans women would no longer be able to be members of the WI from the 1st of April 2026. As an organisation that has roots in friendship, support, education, empowerment and change, this was a sad day for me. Trans women have been allowed to join the WI since the 1970s. And because of this change, some of you will lose members who are good friends. You will also lose committee members who can no longer be WI members. There's even been a federation chair of another county who has had to resign because she can no longer be a member. I accept that everyone has and is entitled to different opinions. And that's why it was important for us as a board to seek your views on how we move forward and support WI members and WIs in what is uncharted territory. So we took the decision to contact WI members directly. I emailed 7,500 members directly via the MCS contacts one weekend with a set of questions asking what you would like us to do. Sadly, that survey was leaked on social media almost immediately, despite our request that this be completed by members only. Whilst this means we know the data contains non-member views, we are still able to draw conclusions and use suggestions to help us to find a way forward for Hampshire. In addition to the survey, we have spoken to and visited WIs who have had questions about the situation. All of this has helped us to form the first steps forward. I've got here over 10% of members. I think it's actually closer to 15% of members responded. And some of you contacted me directly with poignant stories about watching friends and relatives through personal struggles and noting how you will lose valuable friends and committee members because of the change. Thank you to each of you for taking the time and for being honest. We will be sharing a summary of the survey to WI secretaries following this meeting. Using the results of the survey, having listened to discussions at NFWI and at WIs, reviewing emails I've received, and having talked with Melissa Green, NFWI's CEO, who attended our February board meeting for a frank and open discussion on the matter, the Hampshire WI Board of Trustees have unanimously agreed we will be developing a federation sisterhood in some form. We will work with National on how we develop this subgroup that will be open to all, and we will publish more details as they are formed. There are a few things I'd just like to clarify about the sisterhood. Sisterhoods will be open to all, and I mean all. Members, non-members, women, trans women, men, trans men. Anybody can attend. They will be self-funded in the same way all your WI subgroups are. And the only criteria of a sisterhood is that you align with our ethos and values as an organisation. And finally, people who attend a sisterhood activity are not members, and they will not be members of a sisterhood, and it's very important that we have that distinction. To be clear, we're not expecting all or even any WIs to establish a sisterhood. Each WI is different, and you have subgroups and organise yourself in ways that best meet the needs of your members. However, if you or your WI are interested in the sisterhood concept, please speak to one of the trustees or advisors. Alongside the sisterhood, the survey also showed us there are other areas we need to explore. We will be exploring, with the support of National, how to provide clarity on visitors to WI meetings, events to increase awareness and knowledge of transgender experiences, and we will also be establishing an inclusivity group for Hampshire. Now, on the last point, we will be contacting the 60+ members who have showed interest in being part of that inclusivity group. And we will identify how Hampshire can be more inclusive. And that's not just inclusivity in relation to transgender members and friends, but in its broadest sense, to see how we can support all areas of diversity and inclusivity across Hampshire. And this is where I believe what is an exceptionally divisive decision could actually be the catalyst for something positive. In Hampshire, we have a mission to be forward-thinking. And if we all want the WI to be here in the future, we need to think differently now and not be afraid of change. This is something we've said for a long time. We are aware that WIs close, members leave, but now is the time for deeds, not just words. If you and I truly want our friends, sisters, daughters, granddaughters to enjoy what we have to change. I recently listened to Michelle Obama's The Light We Carry, and so many of the quotes resonated with me. But choosing just one, she said, "When you're beginning something new, you can't always see where you're headed with it. You have to be okay with not knowing exactly how things will turn out." So yes, these might be scary and uncertain times, but sisterhoods may increase our numbers of members. They may increase our funds in a way we didn't expect. And I believe it will broaden our reach and allow us to find allies who didn't know we existed. We need to be more flexible in our thinking. Women today are often time poor, both younger women who are working and or have family commitments, as well as parents who are taking on the school run and childcare duties. But there are groups out there that are thriving and offer women inclusivity, flexibility, and friendship. What if we can offer more flexible ways to dip in and out of the WI and provide all the fun and friendship that we love and adore? Then really we would be connecting, supporting, and empowering women. In Hampshire, this is what we will be doing over the next year and beyond. We will be inspiring and supporting women across the county, whether they are members or not. Hampshire leads the way as a federation in many ways that I didn't even realise until I became chair, and we're not about to stop now. Thank you. I now officially close the AGM. We will now have a short break. Anyone that checks their watches will realise we are already running behind. But if we could have 15 minutes, if you could be back for 11:30, and then we will have our first speaker. Thank you ever so much. Ladies, no. Ladies, hey. Ladies, can we please take our seats? We're now only 20 minutes behind schedule. It's fine. Right, quick announcement. Thank you for voting. I can confirm that Resolution 1 has been approved and Resolution 2 has also been approved. So we are now under the new constitution and we will continue with 15 trustees until 2028. Thank you. Diana.
I daren't pull it down. Can you hear me? Shall I pull it down a little bit? Thank you. Hello. I think there's still some ladies coming back with their coffees, but I'll plod on regardless. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Diana Calcraft. I'm Resolutions Coordinator for the Federation. But remember, I don't work alone. We're a team, and we seek to involve our members in WI campaigns, both current and the campaigns that may be planned for the future. Taking actions in support of WI campaigns and raising issues relevant to our communities is one of the reasons we continue to be WI members. Whilst I'm going to talk about the issues that are acted on at Federation level, looking at Hampshire News, it's clear that many of you are forces for action in your local communities. I've lost my place now. I've done that, sorry. And raising the profile of the WI. We should celebrate that today. Thank you all for what you're doing. Please let me know of any of the actions and activities you're undertaking. It reflects our image as a whole organisation and also our community's view of what the WI is and what we achieve. It helps us to have a view across the Federation, not just our easterly bit of it. So also, if there's any action that you're taking with any campaigns, please let us know if you would like any help or support or publicity with that, and we're more than happy to do that. So a tiny, tiny little bit about me. I'm really happy to have this role. As some of you know, probably especially in Romsey WI, and Hampshire Clouds WI, I'm a busybody. I'm forever campaigning. Always feel better taking action rather than not doing anything. Little secret here or not. I used to work for the Australian Nurses Federation. I have been known to get nurses out on the median strip in the middle of the dual carriageway, let it be said, in their lunch break. Taking action to gain a pay level that was equal to the qualifications that they got. And we got there, so that was good. So what do? I lead on actions and campaigns. I support members and WIs on actions they may be taking or want to take on campaigns. I support members in putting forward resolutions if they want to share anything or sort of do a bit of brain thinking with me. I'm involved in arranging events that follow through campaigns, and I'm also the member rep on the NFWI Public Affairs Committee. So that's a really important place to have a voice and to have an ear. So what have we achieved this past year? You've heard some things from Rachel already. We've submitted 2 resolutions for consideration for shortlisting. Whilst those resolutions weren't ultimately shortlisted, they did generate debate and discussion from the reps that were attending. I've been the point of liaison with Lovedean WI, and I think Sarah's down here somewhere from Lovedean WI. She might wave. Oh, there she is at the front down there. And so what we did was we wanted to be able to take their proposal forward for changing the resolution process to you all, because we felt it was really important to get your views as Hampshire members on that proposal and then put that forward to NFWI. It's interesting to see that their comments on local and national action seem to be acted on in relation to the 2 resolutions that are to be debated at this year's annual meeting. I understand that NFWI are now giving very serious consideration to implementing a biennial resolution process. Through the amazing work done by Melody Morgan our WIA, we held a vigil at the Cenotaph in Portsmouth to recognise the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. One of our virtual WIs, Hampshire Clouds, also held a silent vigil at the same time, proving the engagement and involvement we have from our virtual WIs in all the work that we do. It was also inspiring to see the members who supported these events and to hear your stories and experiences. This year, we'll be holding a vigil in Portsmouth and also one in Winchester to give you all the opportunity to share that important event with us. Along with several WIs who engaged locally with the Save Our Rivers campaign, we held an event to raise awareness of the need for clean rivers and had a very interesting panel event to address this issue in Hampshire. This year's resolution, Bystanders Can Be Lifesavers, has proved to be a campaign that has motivated us to take part in, with many of you taking advantage of having CPR training and raising the profile of feminist issues that impact upon resuscitation. I feel sure that this will result in social and health changes. Not that I wish any of us will have the need to be resuscitated. Your response in terms of action in support of this resolution reflect the need to have campaigns on which we can take local action. Again, it reflects the role we can take within our own communities. So looking forward to this coming year then, what's coming up? Watch out for an environment event to be held at Crow Hill WI Hall, Ringwood on June the 24th. It will be advertised very shortly. We have a speaker from My Home Made Better. It's an organisation supported by local councils, and it gives a chance to give us advice on how to better heat and conserve the energy in our homes. There'll also be the chance at that event to get involved with local greening activities. So we'll give you information on that. Also, a heads up for a day on celebrating women on July the 11th at WI House. There's a chance to take part in workshops, hear inspiring speakers and learn new skills. It's about celebrating us together. So again, information out very soon. Finally, just to remind you, we do have a resolution policy. It's to enable and support you to submit a resolution on an issue that matters to you locally that could get support from the Federation team as well as members across Hampshire. Local action and success could subsequently lead to a national campaign, so we can achieve things locally. So for more information, please contact me or email me. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I'd just like to say a few words about the Her Story Denman Grant project that we've got going on. One of the nice things about being a trustee is you just get to go and have a chat with people. I've done quite a bit of that already today. And when you do, you start to realise something quite incredible. We are surrounded, as we've already said this morning, by inspirational women. And the funny thing is, most people don't see themselves that way. They'll say, I'm just doing my job. I'm just getting on with things. It's nothing really. But when you actually listen, it really is something. And in this room, I know we have some amazing women. One was a rocket technician. One's fostered over 100 children. One's the first female prison warden in a male prison. And a world-renowned statistician. But these aren't the only stories. Many of you have experienced challenges in your lives, witnessed and lived through changes, which all stay hidden until someone asks a question. And it made me think, how many more stories are hidden amongst our members? And wouldn't it be amazing if we celebrate those in WI House? Can you imagine popping into WI House and you find a panel about a WI member being celebrated, about their experience, whatever it was, and it connects with you? It could be really quite powerful. So when the Denman Grant was launched, I chatted with a WI friend who worked with a charity who helps people tell their stories, and we thought, well, we've got all these amazing women and all these untold stories. And that's where Her Story, Untold Stories of Hampshire Women, came about. We applied for the Denman Grant, and we were one of the first group of federations to win. So we now have the funding, as much as it may well have screwed up Gail's budgets, to run the project. Because storytelling is such a simple but powerful thing, it's that key word again, connects. It will help us connect, understand each other a bit more, and sometimes just feel a bit less alone. And the truth is, we've all got a story. We don't always know it, or how to tell it, or think it's worth telling, but I promise you it is. And that's what the project's all about. We're going to be running workshops across Hampshire where you can learn about storytelling, explore your story, and learn how to share it in whatever way you feel comfortable. That might be speaking in a large group, in a small group. It might be doing something creative like art or photography, or perhaps recording a podcast or a video. The first workshop will be at the end of April in Lyndhurst, so quite soon. We will send out details shortly. And by the end of the project, we're hoping to have someone up on stage at 2027 Spring Council meeting telling their story, an exhibition celebrating these stories, a list of inspirational women speakers that WIs can invite to their meetings, and a WI Day event that will bring it all together. But more than anything, it's about celebrating you and all the things that go often unnoticed. I really think this could be quite special and really could sell Hampshire and all our amazing women. So if you're just a bit curious, please come and have a chat. We've got a Her Story table in the picnic hall / the studio. Hannah will be there, or one of us will be there to tell you a bit about it. And we also have a talking table, so if you've come on your own, there is a place for you to actually go and have a chat with other women, see where they've come from. And we've got some conversation starters, that's one, in a jar if you're really struggling to find a conversation. Anyway, we'd love to you to come and chat to us about the project. So, without further ado, because we're now really behind, and I'm really sorry, Jackie and Monica, I would like to introduce Jackie and Monica, and I'm just going to hand straight over to Jackie so she can dive straight into our fireside chat. Thank you very much.
I think before we start, to support our resolution of clean rivers, when you're all out surveying the clean river, you need to look out for the capybara. I mean, she was living her best life yesterday, wasn't she, until Growler the dog scared her off. So I think keep your eye out for the capybara. Right, welcome to our Spring Council meeting, Monica, and our coffee table interview with just a few hundred guests.
Yes.
Although this feels much nicer than last year. Super cosy vibes going on here for the coffee table, unlike Portsmouth, where it was all like that. And this time, we've actually got tea and coffee in our cups, which we didn't have last year. Right, let's crack on. So, do you want to start from the very beginning? And tell us a little bit about yourself, where you were born, and so on and so forth.
Right, well, Monica Vaughan. I'm the middle of 5 children, and I was born and grew up in Cosham, Portsmouth, and at the age of, I was just 4, I was meeting my elder sister and brother from school with my mum, and there used to be a big bus shelter at Cosham, which is now actually apparently in West Key, not West Key, blimey.
Put your phone up here.
Gunwharf, apparently in Gunwharf, this shelter. Anyway, as I was presumably going out of the bus shelter with my mum, I tripped over what was a poorly built paving stone and fell under the wheels of a trolley bus. As a result of that, I had to have my left leg amputated above the knee, quite high above the knee, in actual fact. I discovered later that it was my foot that was crushed in the accident, but I'm guessing that there was a lot of soft tissue damage, so that's why they took it off above the knee. I also discovered, after all that's gone on recently for me, was that my eldest sister, who was on the bus coming into the bus shelter, actually saw what happened. Now, we'd never talked about this before, and she said, yes, she said, I was saying to people, oh, that's, and they were saying, it's all right, she's all right, calm down. And she was saying, no, that's my sister that's had the accident. Anyway, we all kind of survived. I was discharged from hospital quite quickly afterwards, I think, possibly because I was a bit of a nuisance, I suspect, and then kind of got on with life. I think I was very fortunate, being then I was the youngest of three, and I think my mum, particularly my mum, probably said, you know, right, that's it, we're going to treat her normal, whatever normal is. I've yet to discover anybody who is, but anyway, we'll treat her as normal. And I was just encouraged to get on with life.
And did you have a prosthetic leg?
I did. I had a wooden leg, which we called Woody, and it was held on by braces. So actually, if you look at some of the pictures of me at that age, you can see that my foot is turned right round. So obviously it wasn't kind of on that well, but it didn't stop me doing what I wanted to do. I did all the activities, yeah, we went on holiday once to Ireland. Well, that year, 1956, we went on holiday to Ireland, and apparently they went by plane, and just getting on the plane, and Mum said, "Oh, I've forgotten Woody," and they'd left my leg, because obviously I wasn't wearing it, I'm guessing, and they'd left my leg in the waiting area, and so my poor dad, I think, was kind of sent running back to get Woody and bring it onto the plane. So yeah.
And then did your legs get better after that? I mean, it didn't obviously recover, but did you, the type of leg you had fitted, it grew back, so yeah.
That reminds me of applying for the blue badge every year, or every 3 years. I always think, yes, it hasn't grown back yet, I've still only got one leg. Yeah, obviously, as you're growing up, you have to have constantly be down at what was called the Limb Centre originally and is now called the Enablement Centre, and they're constantly making you new legs. And I don't think, when I was growing up, I ever had a leg that was the right height, right length, because by the time I'd got the leg, which took months and months, I'd already grown. So that was a bit of an issue, and I think why I always walked on a fairly short leg, because that's what I'd got used to. When I was about 12, I think it was, they put me into a suction leg, because obviously as I was developing, I wouldn't be able to wear a leg that had braces anymore. Now, I never really understood how, and still don't, how the suction leg stays on, but it kind of stays on. But when I first had a suction leg, I had great difficulty coming to terms with it. I didn't like it at all. And my mum, I think one morning, got completely exasperated by me faffing about in the bedroom, saying, "Oh, I can't get it, oh, I can't get it." And she came up and she said, "Right, that's it. If you don't get it on going to school, I'm taking it, we'll go back to the strap leg, and that's it." And I said, no, it's all right. And said, "Right, school." I never had a problem after that.
Sounds like my kind of mother. And when did you first discover that you loved different sports and stuff like that?
I think very early. One of the earliest activities that we did at primary school, and I was also very fortunate because I went to mainstream schools. There was no question initially, certainly, that I would have to go to a special school, as they was called then. So at primary school, we used to do Irish country dancing, which I loved. Irish and Scottish probably country dancing, and I loved it. I'm not sure the boys were too keen because we used to do it in bare feet, and of course then it was a wooden foot, which was kind of quite hard. And of course, it used to be, "Oh, all right, miss, it's my turn this week, I'll be her partner." So yeah, I think they were not keen to be my partner. And then I played netball, rounders, football. I just loved sport.
And I hear you were a bit naughty at school and may have used that leg as a weapon.
I did. I was teased at school, not a lot, and I can remember again going home to my mum and saying, "Oh, this boy keeps teasing me, calling me hop along and peg leg and whatever." And she said, "Well, I'm not going to be with you for the rest of your life. You're going to have to learn how to deal with that. That's, you're just going to have to sort it out for yourself." So the next day I went to school and he started giving me hassle again, and so I kicked him with my wooden leg. On his shin, he didn't give me any problems after that.
I did think actually it was going to be worse. I thought you were going to batter him with your wooden leg. So actually, I think that's fair play, really. Did you learn to swim at school?
Not at primary school. Actually, I heard on the local news today that Hillsey Lido is opening soon, And I had lessons from probably the age of about 5 until I was 11 at Hillsey Lido every summer. Absolutely freezing. But anyway, we used to have lessons. I never did learn to swim, but the school I went to in Portsmouth, St Edmunds, had really, really good sports facilities, and they had a swimming pool, which actually was completed in I think my second term at the school. And there was a teacher there, Paula Med, who was actually the science teacher, but she said to me, do you want to learn to swim? And I said, yes, I really do. So she said, right, I'll teach you to swim. And she taught me front crawl, which I think probably was an easier stroke for an amputee, a leg amputee, to learn. Previously, they'd been teaching me breaststroke, which is actually quite tricky as a leg amputee. So I learnt within weeks, and then probably within months of that, I was fairly proficient, and then went on to join the local club.
And which swimming club did you join?
I joined Portsmouth North Sea Swimming Club.
And then how did that make you feel joining the club? Did you feel included?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah. It was probably the first. Well, no, I didn't feel excluded at school. I have to say, I was very lucky. At team games, I was always picked last because I couldn't run. But once they realised I could hit the ball a long way and catch, I kind of moved up the pecking order. But I think being part of Portsmouth North Sea was quite important because I really was just another swimmer. When I went to the time trial, because you had to pass a time trial to be accepted into the club, and I can remember saying to the guy, will it be a problem? And he said, you can have 3 legs as far as we're concerned. As long as you pass the time trial, you're in. That's it.
And did you compete when you were at the club? Or?
Yeah, I did. Obviously, I had to get more proficient, but again, probably within quite a short space of time, I was able to start competing in galas. And North Sea used to be involved in quite a few galas all over the south coast, really. And we used to go to a gala or a league in London. So I was competing most weekends, really.
One of our members did email. She said, I've got a few ramblings. But I thought this was quite nice because she said she was a competitive swimmer. This is Linda Frawley, who is the president at Old Basing Women's Institute. She said she was a competitive swimmer and she remembers taking part in swimming galas where you were competing, although she was younger than you.
Right.
And she said that she would like to let you know that you made a big impression on a 9-year-old at the time. And she was particularly fascinated how you managed to dive in. And she remembers standing on the poolside in the next lane next to your artificial leg. You can just imagine it. You can just imagine this, there's a leg there, so...
That's not the funniest story. The funniest story of that was a London gala where we used to go out, and at the time, of course, you had women that looked after the changing area. And this particular gala, I got up, hopped up with my leg to give her my leg, and she looked at it and she said, oh no, I don't want that. And I said, well, I can't leave it in the change room. She said, oh no. I said, well, it won't bite you. It's perfectly, perfectly well controlled. It's not going to do anything. So she said, no. And I said, well, can I come over the counter and I'll put it in the corner. It'll be safe in the corner. It'll behave itself. So she said, yes, all right.
And it was at one of those races that actually you changed the history of swimming, certainly for Paralympians, at a particular race.
It was, and I think it was at an event in Southampton at what used to be the Central Pool, or somewhere near the docks anyway. And I was entered for 2 races. I think I was about 13, maybe 14. I was entered for 2 races, the 100 free and the 100 butterfly, because I'd started swimming butterfly by then, which actually I think is the least effective stroke if you're a leg amputee because of the leg kick. Anyway, I'd done the 100 free, and then I took part in the 100 butterfly. And after the event, the club captain came up to me and she said, "Oh, you've been disqualified." And I said, "Oh, right." I said, "What for?" She said, "Well, we're not sure." Well, it was on a technicality. She knew that, but she said, and I thought, well, I'm probably not moving my arms out of the water enough, because if your arms dragged in the water, you're disqualified. So she said, well, we'll try and find out. So on the coach going home, just as I was getting off the coach, she said, "Oh, I found out why you were disqualified." And I said, "Oh, right, okay, what was that?" So she said, "Well, you were not moving your legs together and simultaneously." So,
Especially as one was left on the side.
yeah. So I was walking from the bus home and thinking to myself, okay, well, yeah, that's going to be difficult, isn't it, really, to move both legs together and simultaneously? So, but I just thought, well, you know, that's life, as you do. But North Sea, I think, thought it was an injustice. I couldn't understand why they didn't disqualify me before the event. When I thought about it afterwards, I thought, well, they'd seen me wobbling about on a starting block for the 100 metres free. You know, why didn't they just say to the club, no, she can't take part in this event? Anyway, yeah, I just thought, well, that's it. But North Sea clearly were unhappy, and they challenged the decision and took it to the Amateur Swimming Association, who then decided that they would have to decide what to do, and they decided to write the rules in such a way that it would enable leg amputees to not be, you know, or to be able to take part in that event. So it was quite interesting. There was a huge furore as well at the time. And ultimately, interestingly, I think, the woman who disqualified me actually kind of set me on my path for my future career.
Yeah, Linda says that she remembers that you did choose butterfly, which it is, to be fair, even as I am a swimmer, one of the hardest strokes, let's be honest. Coordinating it all and trying to get your arms out of the pool without looking like some flapping whale is always tricksy. She just wonders whether, did you choose that because it was more difficult or just because you found that as the easier option?
Well, I think two reasons. One, I think although I don't remember thinking about it at the time, but on reflection, I probably sussed even then that actually I would be least disadvantaged in that stroke. And also, not as many people wanted to swim butterfly. So
absolutely.
I kind of saw it as a way of getting in the team. So, yeah.
Perfectly cunning plan. So when you swam with the North Sea for how long?
Oh, well, from about the age of 13 to when I left to go away to work at 18. So
where did you go trundling off to work to?
Well, this is where the woman who disqualified me helped, because I got lots of letters after the disqualification, and my mum made me answer all of them. So one of the guys that I replied to lived somewhere in Dorset, and he was involved in a timber company in Portsmouth, so I used to visit quite often. And he used to visit when he was down in the Portsmouth area and take my mum and I out sometimes. And then when I was coming up to leaving school, I had no idea. Well, I did know what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a PE teacher, but that was never going to happen because academically I wasn't strong enough. And also, you know, they just wouldn't, I don't think, have accepted my disability then. But anyway, he said, well, why don't you come and visit my wife, who is a resident at Lee Court, which was a Cheshire home just near Liss. And so I went along, and I'd been involved in a youth action group at school, so I'd done a bit of kind of caring work. And when I visited Lee Court, I thought, yeah, this is really quite a magical place, really, I suppose. And I thought, yeah, maybe I'd like to do that. And so I applied to do, they had a kind of an in-house training course, which was an 18-month course, and you were trained to ultimately run a Cheshire home if you needed to, with enough experience, but also basic caring and basic nursing skills, I suppose. And you worked in Cheshire homes around the country.
And that led on...
And that led on to further career, because then when I was at a place called Matford Hall in Northumberland, the deputy matron, who I could never understand what she was saying to begin with, because I couldn't understand the accent, I was completely lost. I used to come out of the report and I'd say, what have I got to do? Couldn't understand her. But she was an amazing woman, an amazing nurse, and I thought, oh, you know, if I could be half of what she is, I would be really pleased. And so I applied to do nurse training, which is where I met Sue. And I applied to Salisbury, and at the time I was very, very lucky, because it was the matron who made the decision about who was accepted and who wasn't. Well, at least when I applied. I don't know about Sue, but when I applied. And I had an interview with her. Again, she was another amazing woman. I had an interview with her, and I said, no, she said, why do you want to? And I said, well, I've worked in Cheshire Foundation. She said, do you think you can do the job physically? And I said, yes. So she said, fine, I'm quite happy to accept you. So I was in. If it had been the chap who was the director of nurse education, who then was when we started the course, I would not have got in. He would not have accepted me. I mean, he actually told me, I would not have accepted you. Academically, you're not good enough, and I wouldn't have accepted you because of your leg. So, yeah. But we didn't get on. Never.
And haven't you got a little cheeky story about Sue and a bedpan?
I have, indeed. We were third-year students. My third-year nights were women's orthopaedics, which was heavy at the time. It was all little old ladies like me with fractured femurs. And Sue was on male orthopaedics, I think, really, which was a doddle, I have to say, absolute doddle in comparison. Anyway, we ended up, for some reason, the two of us running the ward this night, and in the morning used to rush around and give the women their bedpans and their bowls, those of them that could wash themselves, face and hands and whatever. And we were rushing about, and one of us, I'm not sure who, but must have spilt water on the floor. Anyway, the curtains were all round. I was rushing past the bedpan with a bedpan in my hand, and I slipped. And I went backwards. The bedpan shot up in the air, and then crashed, because they were metal, crashed onto the floor. And this voice from behind the curtain said, I hope that bedpan was empty. So I said, yes, and I'm fine, thank you very much.
So, Ted the Fitter, how did he lead to your Paralympian journey?
Right, well, he was my original prosthetist, as they're called now. And I was down at the Limb Centre, as it was in Portsmouth then, and he said to me, one of the many times I was down there getting my legs sorted, and he said to me, have you seen this notice? Have you thought of applying for this? They're sending a team of amputees to what they called then the Disabled Olympics. And I said, no, don't know anything about it. And he said, oh, have a look. He said, give the guy a ring and see, it might be worth it. So I thought, well, long time since I've swum. I was then about 23, I think. Anyway, I rang the guy and he said, oh, yes, can you come up and meet us? So I think I'd probably been working all week. I drove up on the Saturday from Salisbury to Stoke Mandeville. And he said, okay, he said, can you get in the pool and can we see, how you swim? So I got in the pool and did a couple and he said, oh, yeah, okay. He said, yeah, I think we're interested in, we'll get you back for some trials. Well, as I said to you, I don't think I ever went back for trials. They offered me a place in the team, and I was the only swimmer, and I was the only woman of the amputee part of the team. The other parts of the team had women, but I was the only amputee woman. So, and then I had to find a way of funding, because then you didn't get funding. And Salisbury were very good. They gave me paid leave and guaranteed a job on my return, not necessarily the job I was in, but a job as a staff nurse on my return. So, yeah.
And then you had to get back in the swimming pool.
And then I had to get back in the swimming pool.
Just no mean feat.
Which was tough. And I'm sure those like Sue who were living with me at the time probably had a lot of grumpy moods to deal with as I was going out swimming, either before I went on duty or after I was on duty. And yeah, it was tough. But a very nice guy from the local area got me into one of the army pools. I think it was Tidworth. That had a pool, and I was able to just get back in the water.
So you've been selected for the team, and you said that you had to fundraise. What about your uniform and the stuff that we see, all fancy pants stuff now, don't we? And
yeah.
Designed by Jean-Paul Gaultier, etc., etc. And you think, I don't know about that, love. I'd have got something from Primark better. But yes. Yeah,
we had some. A uniform, but only a uniform to wear for the opening ceremony and for official kind of events when we were out there, which was a red trouser suit and a white hat, which I spent the entire time in Canada trying to lose, but people kept on coming and running after, "You've left your hat behind, Monica." Thanks very much. But other than that, nearly everything else, I had a fundraising team who were the parents of a fellow swimmer at North Sea, who helped me fundraise and then looked after all of the money for me. And the guy who ended up as my coach, Jim Ferneyhow, was the father of one of the other swimmers, and he was working in London at the time. So I used to go up to Crystal Palace and live in a bed and breakfast, and go training on my own at Crystal Palace, and he would join me in the evening to do the hard session of the day, because he kind of said, you know, that will be afternoon in Canada, so let's get used to swimming at that time of day, which was probably quite a good idea.
Yeah, and a lot of the races tend to be in the evenings even
Yeah.
now, don't they? It's quite a lonely existence, training in swimming anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it only
Yeah.
something that you can do up and
Yeah.
down? And
Yeah.
plus the fact you had no other women or other people to
No.
socialise with or train
No.
with, so it's quite a
Yeah,
quite an undertaking.
Yeah, it was quite tricky, and quite boring at times. Yeah, but then swimming is quite boring, I
Yeah, it
suppose.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a bit boring. Having been a swimmer, it's a bit boring. So you rock up at in Toronto in 1976. Which events did you compete in?
I did the 4 individual strokes, so that's freestyle, butterfly, breaststroke, and backstroke, and the 4x50 individual medley. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
And how did you get on?
Well, Jim, my coach, had said that if I was in the final of 2 events, and the 2 events he thought might be put together, which they were in actual fact, I think, were freestyle and butterfly. And he said, withdraw from the freestyle because you stand a much better chance than the butterfly. But as it happened, if you withdrew from one event, you were taken out of every event. So I couldn't withdraw. He'd also said to me when I was, he gave me a little note to take open on the plane, and in it he said, if there are people watching you when you're doing your warm-up, do a 50-metre butterfly sprint, and that will sort them out. That will get them worried, because that was my best distance. I could do 50 metres fly at the same time as I did 50 metres freestyle. So yeah, and I think I probably frightened a few then. I did all 4 events and the individual medley, and won all of them. The butterfly I won by 28 seconds, which in swimming terms is quite a distance.
It's like a whole length of the ball.
Yeah, yeah. And my mum, who'd unbeknown to me, had managed to get herself out to Canada, was on the poolside or up in the spectators, and then came down onto the poolside and said to me, "Did you have to make it so obvious?" And I said, well, I had no idea where they were. I mean, as far as I was concerned, it was me against the clock. That was it. I was in the pool, and that was it. I would just do the best I could do. I didn't care about where anybody else was. I wasn't somebody who could get aggressive towards my fellow competitors or get, I can't talk to them, because, in fact, I'm still in contact with the Canadian girl. So I just said to her, well, I didn't know. But I can remember being quite anxious as well about the last event, which was the 4x50 individual medley. And there was a blind swimmer, Jim, who we went around a lot because he was the only blind swimmer. And he said, what's the matter? I said, I've got this 4x50 individual medley. He said, why are you worried? He said, you've won the 4 individual events. He said, unless you sink, you're going to win.
I love that restrained Britishness of mothers. Like, oh, did you have to be quiet? Could you have just not gone a little bit slower? It's so embarrassing. But, yeah, so, and actually that breaststroke, your speed was pretty speedy, wasn't it?
The butterfly, yeah.
Yeah, butterfly,
yes,
sorry,
yes, I would have won the silver medal in the men's event, actually at both Paralympics, the 76 and the 1980 Games. And I was looking at the results the other day, and I would have won the silver medal in the 4x50 individual medley in the men's event as well.
I mean, come on,
So,
ladies.
yeah.
So you return back from the 1976 Games. Everybody thinks you're fabulous, probably for about 50 microseconds. And what happens then?
Well, it was a bit strange, because I often say this, and it is weird. I don't think I considered myself handicapped, disabled, whatever you like to call it, prior to 76. I mean, I knew I had one leg, and I knew it was a bit of an inconvenience, and all sorts of other issues, as Sue will know, but I never considered it as anything negative. And I came back from the games, and a lot of the press was, one-legged woman sweeps the board, or one-legged girl sweeps the board, and I just thought, but yeah, I'm a swimmer. I might have one leg, but essentially I'm a swimmer, and I don't think there was the acknowledgement of what I'd achieved as a competitive swimmer. Yeah.
So you're trundling along, back at work,
Yeah.
back with bedpans, listening to Sue. How was it that you were selected for the 1980 Games?
Well, I was encouraged to think again by probably the guy I'd met at Stoke Mandeville the first time round, and he said, look, you've probably still got it. How about trying again? So by this time I'd moved on. I don't know if Sue was in Oxford then. I can't remember. I don't think you were you? But I'd moved on to Oxford, and I was working as a ward sister on a rehab unit in Oxford, and my fellow ward sisters, when I got a place on the team, they agreed to raise the money to pay for my wages because again, we didn't have any funding. So they did all sorts of fundraising things to ensure that I actually had something to live on. So that was really good. And they gave me a lot of support, again, in preparation for, and my fellow ward sister at Rivermead, who I'm still in contact with, she said, yes, I can remember nagging you to go. I said, yeah, I know, forcing me to go swimming.
And the 1980 Games were held in?
Arnhem, Holland, because it was the year that the Games were in Russia, and the story goes that the Russians were invited to run the Paralympics. By then it had moved to a different city but the same country, and the Russians said, no, we have no disabled people. What we think they meant, when we all talked about this, we think they probably meant they didn't have sport for disabled people, but who knows?
Who knows? Slightly worrying. We'll gloss over that part. So you competed in the same events?
Yep.
And how did you get on this time?
I won all but the backstroke, and the Canadian girl, Jackie, who I'd got to know in Toronto, she beat me in the backstroke. And like I say, we're still we reconnected during COVID, I think, actually. She managed to make contact with me, so we kind of exchange emails quite a lot. So, yeah.
See, the competitive mother, i.e. me, would have been saying, you could have gone a bit faster in the backstroke. But it's fantastic. Another 4 golds and a silver.
Yeah.
That's an amazing haul.
Yeah.
So then, what happened then?
Then I decided, I actually, to be fair, I decided before I went to the 1980 Games that that would be it. I couldn't see how I could carry on, a career in nursing as it was then, and trying to keep, fit. So I made up my mind that would be it. I wouldn't compete at another Paralympic Games. And I eventually, through the fact that I had been a successful Paralympian, I got involved in sports events for people with disabilities during the International Year of Disabled People. If any of you remember 1981, which was meant to change the world. I'm not sure it did. But there was a guy in Reading who was actually a huge driving force behind developing lots of clubs to encourage people with disabilities to get involved in sport and recreation. And during that year, I did a lot to help him promote the events. And as a result, he approached me because he said, we've managed to get funding to get a development officer for the southern region. Would you be interested? And I thought, I don't know. But at the time, I was being sent on all sorts of management courses from nursing because I think they were getting a bit nervous about me transferring people on the rehab ward because we didn't use hoists. And I think they thought, oh, she has a fall, we'll be... So management course, which I didn't like. I I was never going to be management. I came back after a management course, and one of the auxiliaries said to me, "So what did you learn?" And I said, "Eye contact." She said, "What? In a fortnight?" I said, "Yes, that's about it, really." So when this opportunity in sport came up, I thought, yeah, maybe that's a good opportunity. So I applied, and I got the role, which was based in Oxfordshire, Berkshire, Buckinghamshire, Hampshire, the Isle of Wight and the Channel Islands. And I travelled around that region developing and promoting sport for people with disabilities.
And that was the British Sports Association
For the Disabled, yeah, as it was then, yeah.
And it was during this time that you were asked to go on the committee for the Women's Sport Foundation.
Exactly. I was, they wanted somebody from another very inclusive organisation. They wanted a woman with a disability to be part of their setup. So they asked, and I volunteered to join the committee. And as a result of that, it was probably my second experience of being really, really part of an inclusive group. Some wonderful women who were totally devoted their time to ensuring that women were could get a better bite at the cherry, as it were. And eventually I went on to be their chair by default, because the woman who was chair got a job with the Sports Council, so she had to resign. And it was kind of classic, so who wants to be chair? Nobody did. Okay, I'll do it in order that we keep the, so yeah.
I think that is possibly resonating with many officers in this room, especially presidents that have become presidents 20 seconds after they join their WI.
Yeah.
And then, so kind of like you'd been doing all that work and working with the British, BSAD,
yeah.
And then, what next?
Well, then I began to get nervous again, because all of the other development officers had sports degrees, and I didn't have any degree in anything. Well, I had my nursing, but that wasn't a degree then. I thought, oh, crumbs, what can I do? And I was looking around for something to do, and a course maybe that I could go on, and I saw a podiatry diploma course, it was then, at the University of Southampton. It was a new course that was just starting, and I thought, in my ignorance of what podiatry was at that time, I thought, oh, yeah, I'll give that, maybe I could give that a go. So I had a very similar conversation with the head of school as I had with the matron, and he said, "Do you think you can do the job physically?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Okay, that's fine." And I thought, I'm not sure I can do it academically, but yeah, I'm fine with it. And I got offered a place. So that was a 3-year diploma course. And then when I did qualify, I went on to work. Well, I had to set up a private practice to begin with, because I couldn't get a job in the NHS. But then as soon as I could, I got a job within the NHS, and I worked locally within Portsmouth and Waterlooville. Well, actually, Gosport and everywhere else really around that area. Yeah.
Lecturing as well.
I was a visiting lecturer at the University of Southampton with the first year students, where we did their introduction to clinical practice. It wasn't a huge amount. It was more to do with my clinical experience, just encouraging them to how to approach people and how to do things safely, and and just be. I mean, I can remember having a conversation with somebody and they were saying something about welcoming. And I said, yes, if you go out to the waiting room and you say, "Mr. So-and-so, come in, have your feet done." I said, you're not really going to be very, positive start to the whole process. You need to be welcoming and actually make them feel as if you want to help them and you want to find out what's going on. So, yeah, I enjoyed my time working with the first year students. Some of them were very trying, but I did enjoy my time.
And in December 2025, you were awarded a very special honour.
I think, I'm assuming I was nominated by Women in Sport, although nobody has ever actually told me that they did. But yes, I got a letter in about May that looked very official, and I thought, oh, somebody's winding me up here, somebody's done something. I think it says the Chancellery's office or something. Anyway, I opened up the letter, and I thought, oh, crumbs. I've been awarded an OBE. And then there was a questionnaire to fill in, and I looked at some of the questions, because they ask you to do this now because of people turning them down, kind of, you know, and making, I suppose, a lot of potentially difficulties for them. So some of the questions I thought, I don't know how to answer those. So I had to tell my youngest sister, because I said to her, I don't know what kind of school. I know it was a comprehensive school, but I don't know anything else. So Liz, my youngest sister, knew that I had got the OBE, but nobody else did. So on the morning of the King's official birthday, one of my family on the WhatsApp group WhatsApped me and said, "Have you got something to tell us, Monica?" And Liz had organised what she called a midsummer party or something, because she said, "We'll do something." And it would have been my dad's birthday the next day, actually. So she organised a party at the house that we all grew up in, where she still lives. So that was quite nice. And one of the women that was very involved in the street party still lives opposite, and we were able to get her over, although she's quite elderly now, we were able to get her over to join in our celebrations, so that was nice.
And the service was at
Windsor Castle,
wasn't it?
Yeah, Windsor Castle. That was not until December, and I very nearly decided that I wouldn't go, because it's not the kind of thing that I'm particularly comfortable with. But at least coming here has given me an opportunity to wear my very, very expensive jacket again.
There you go. This is the OBE jacket, ladies. I mean...
Very, very expensive. Sue and another friend, Liz, took me to get my outfit. But yes, very, very expensive. So, but I thought, no, I don't really want to do that. But then I could hear my mother sitting there saying, yes, you will go and you will get that OBE. So I did. And I'm really, really glad I did, because it was an amazing experience. And Prince William is such a nice man. He really is.
As you reflect back on your career, especially your Paralympian career, one of our members, Sue Stewart from Kemp Shop WI, this kind of the question tied in with this. How has or did your Olympic spirit guide you in everyday life? I know, I thought that was a bit...
Oh, yeah, that's a bit deep, isn't it?
Yeah, I did think that. You can answer. She said, to be fair, she said you can answer it in any way you like.
I think it's perhaps the other way round. I think it's perhaps how my everyday life enabled me or encouraged me in my Olympic spirit, because I approached it as I approached all of my competitions. Well, I'm just going to do the best I can. If I do well, great. If I don't, then I've done the best I can. And I think I've tried to do that with everything. You know, with my nursing career, I'm not sure I was a very good nurse, really, because I wasn't very good with spit and sick. But I was okay with wee and poo. So podiatry, I didn't really like toenails much.
No, absolutely, I'm with you on that. There's no way I'm going to be doing toenails ever.
Yep. And I never liked needles, and I've got worse with needles as I've got older, but somehow managed to get through it.
A final question from Linda, who says, do you still enjoy swimming? She doesn't, apparently. And are you still as competitive? Because she is.
Well, I think life is getting out of bed is competitive. I don't swim because I had a horrible infection of my remaining leg, and then had an even worse reaction to the antibiotics I was on. And when I went to go back swimming again, my skin all kind of erupted, and I thought, no, I've only got one. I'm not going to risk it. I'll quit while I'm ahead, as it were. But prior to that, and that was pre-COVID, just pre-COVID. I used to go every weekday morning, and I'd swim 1,600 meters, and I'd have to make myself do it if I'm on. But I thought, no, it's keeping me fit. But it was a bit of a chore, and I used to meet people there who loved their swimming, and they loved it. And I thought, no, I've got to do it to keep fit. And I'd get it over as quickly as possible.
It's so boring, isn't it? I keep looking for headphones that you can put in to plough. I've done that whole ploughing up and down the pool thing.
And I could never keep count, so I had to buy myself a watch that would count and give me a vibration when I'd got to the end of my number of lengths, because it was funny, because there was a guy that used to use me as his pacemaker behind me, and he always used to say, yeah, I knew you'd done. I said, well, what, if you'd known how many, why couldn't you tap me on the foot and let me know that I'd finished?
And it's always, I don't mean to be funny, it's always the people in the fast lane that really don't need to be in the fast lane. They need to move down a lane. Yeah. Otherwise, you come ploughing up and look like some kind of speedy person when you're not really.
Yeah. And I tell you what, it's nearly always men. Sorry.
I was going to say that.
But it is. And there was one guy who used to irritate me so much, and one of the women said, get out, because I was always passing him, and he wouldn't let me pass him, so she said, get out of the pool before he gets out, because then you're a woman. Not only are you a woman, not only are you an old woman, but you're an old woman with one leg. That'll really piss him off, she said.
You truly are an inspirational woman, Monica, not only for us at this meeting today, but especially for women who've been able to follow in the path that you've made for them. We met up at the garden centre and chatted for hours. She's absolutely adorable. So please, lots of thanks once again, Monica.
Thank you.
And we're probably really late for lunch now. Sorry.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Jackie. Sorry, is that better? Yeah. Okay, I'll hold it. Right, I have the pleasure of announcing the 2026 bursary winners. So, yes. Oh. So the individual bursaries are drawn at random from all members registered on MCS. So it could be you. Right. The Ellingham and Timsbury bursary has a value of up to £2,000 for one member for an educational course of up to 2 days. So, run the randomiser.
And the winner is Julie Tabb from Barton Bees.
Well done. Then we have the Joy Morgan bursary, which has a value of £100 each for 3 members for an educational course. Spin the wheel. And the winners are?
Bear with, ladies.
Okay.
Cliddeston WI. It's spinning. God's Hill WI. And one more. Otterbourne WI. Congratulations, ladies, and all the WI members.
Right, well done. So the other bursaries, people have to actually apply for. And you can all apply for them. Have a look. They're well worth winning. So we have the Cadell Eileen Greenway Memorial Bursary to provide an educational activity. And this has been awarded to Ladies Who Lunch WI. And Wallington Village WI. The Pam Tonnery Bursary awarded to groups and WIs for promotional purposes. And the winners are Athena WI, Cosham. Four Marks Afternoon WI. And Langley WI. Congratulations to you all. There is also a Pennington Bursary, which is for promoting your WI. Sadly, this year, nobody applied for it. So you really do need to look at the bursaries, ladies, because next year it could be you winning this money for your WI, either for promotional or for educational courses. So please do have a look at them. Now, I hope you've all enjoyed the competitions in the Hampshire News, the winners of which will all be on the rolling banner. And then we had the calendar competition, which we saw that beautiful photo of up here. And that was won by Julie Smith of Stubbington Bells, WI. So well done, Julie. And the theme for this year's calendar is Water in Hampshire. So get those cameras out, ladies, and let's have lots of photos. Or with a capybara, yes, that would be perfect. And the 2025 quiz winners were Stoke Road Sisters WI. Well done, ladies. And this year's 300 Club winner of £75 is Elaine Randall from Southsea Morning WI. So well done, Elaine. Finally, the moment you've all been waiting for. The winner of the favourite one-liner was Julie Sturmer from Ringwood and Hangersley and Crow WI. And the one-liner? I wondered why the frisbee kept getting bigger, and then it hit me. Boom! So just before you all dash off to lunch, if you haven't already bought your raffle tickets and you would like to do so, please do them now. They will stop selling raffle tickets at 1:45. And don't forget to visit the sales tables. There are lots of goodies in there. But please be back in your seats by 2 o'clock. You really don't want to miss a moment of this afternoon's programme. Enjoy your lunch, everybody.
Attention, ladies, the raffle ticket sales will stop in 5 minutes. 5 minutes to get your raffle tickets.
Right, good afternoon, ladies, and welcome back. I would like to introduce to you Will Rosie, who came to fame in Southampton for putting up lots of little mosaics all over the place. But I won't spoil his story, so please put your hands together for Will. There you go, it's on.
Amazing. And my little clicker thing's over there. Cool. All right. Thank you very much for that, Sue. Cool, these lights are good, aren't they? Hello. Hello. Right, before I start, well, I need everyone to be smiling because my daughter said, can you get a selfie at the conference? And I'm like, of course, my little angel, I will get a selfie. So, over there, everyone, just put your eye, say hello and smile. Yeah. Brilliant, thanks for that. Right, that's all I wanted, I'm off now. Right, good afternoon. So I have the dubious pleasure of trying to keep you lot awake after you've had a lunch. So I know it's the graveyard shift. I'll try and do a good job. Now, the trouble is with me is I do like the sound of my own voice, so I can just keep talking and talking. So I want somebody to be able to get one of those crooks. So when it comes to a couple of minutes before the 45 minutes are up, drag me off. So I'm going to go and grab my clicker. Hopefully, I can get my first slide up. How's this working? Boom, there we go. That's me, Mr. Mosaic. So my real name's, my mum calls me Will. Lots of other people call me Mr. Mosaic. And the reason I call myself Mr. Mosaic is because I build mosaics and I'm a mister. So, the clue is in the title, really. Now, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my Mr. Men mosaics, because that's kind of like where I got my Z-list celebrity status in Southampton from, was deciding to decorate my city. In fact, everybody seems to have loved what I've done, apart from one guy on Facebook who messaged me, and he's just like, what gives you the right to, without so much as a by your leave, decide to start sticking tiles up all over the city? So I thought, thanks for that, mate. So when I wrote my book, on the back of it, I've written, this is the story of a guerrilla artist who decided, without so much as a by your leave, to decorate his city. There we go. So thank you for that, Mr. Annoying Man on Facebook. There we go. But I want to take you right back to the beginning, because, every hero's got their origin story, haven't they? I don't know whether I'm the hero or the villain in this, but, I started mosaicing around 2007. And the reason that I got into mosaics was, I don't know if anybody else here has been blessed with sciatica. Yeah, right, so blessed with, hands up, who's got sciatica here? Yeah, absolute blessing in your life. If you've never had it, you don't understand the pure joy of writhing around in agony, feeling like you're never going to walk again. All right, well, that's what I experienced. And so I was there writhing around in agony on my dining room floor, and because I wasn't in the lounge, I wasn't in the way of everyone then, and I was thinking, I'm never going to walk again. And then I ended up getting painkillers and going to see an osteopath, and I was gradually getting straightened up. But I didn't have a job because I had to finish doing the work that I was doing, which was a bit of landscaping for a friend. And then I was thinking, right, what am I going to do? What am I going to do for a job? And I'm there praying, going, Lord, you've got to give me a job. You've got to give me a job. I need money. I've got bills to pay. And I get a phone call from a community garden project. Now, before I was doing the landscaping, I was a youth worker, and I'd been getting young people involved in this community garden project. And I'd been helping them to apply for grants for them to be able to get different bits of the garden done, and then I'd get young people involved into the garden. And they got in touch with me, and they said, Will, we've been successful with a grant for £8,000 to build mosaics and have them recessed into a wall that we've had built, but we don't know any mosaic artists. And me, never having done a mosaic in my life, said, I can project manage that for you. And they're like, oh, would you? And I'm like, yeah, no problem. So then I'm on YouTube, how do you build mosaics, right? So, and then I'm phoning around a few companies who provide mosaic materials. I'm like, how do you build mosaics? I'm doing a community project. And they gave me all the information that I needed, the technical kind of know-how to be able to build this mosaics, all these mosaics. And then what I did was I then found someone who sold mosaic materials, bought it all, and I ran it. as a community training project. Because I thought, if it all goes tits up, I can say you can't blame the community, they're trying their hardest. As it was, the project went really well, and we were able to produce some amazing mosaics. So these are roughly 2 metres by 2 metres, well, 1.8 metres by 1.8 metres. And if you ever go to Shirley Warren Community Garden, which is next to the Shirley Warren Action Church on Warren Crescent, you'll be able to see those. So effectively, we made those representing the 4 seasons, plus because it was on church land, you got a Celtic cross in the middle. So it went really well. And then the next minute, I had other organisations saying, oh, Will, we've seen what you did. We've seen those mosaics that you made, and we'd love for you to help us apply for a grant so that we can have mosaics as well. And what happened was, I was just like, right, okay, if you want to get young people involved, we can pitch the grant towards young people. If you want to engage with pensioners, we can pitch the grant towards that group, or if it's disabled people, whatever. Either way, it was going to be mosaics engaging with other people. So for about the first 5 years of my mosaicing journey, I was pretty much grant funded. And it was a bit like, solicitors, no win, no fee. If I didn't help them write a good application, I didn't get a job. So I became very good at writing grant applications. Managed to get a load of work, and that's some young people down at the Warren Centre in Shirley Warren again, building the Titanic. Now, I can't remember, it's all going to be guessing from this because I've got no idea what slide's coming up next. So I'm just going to use it as a prompt. So I then started doing more mosaics, and I had other organisations getting in touch. And then the community garden, the community group from Shirley Towers said, could you build a mosaic for us? So we ended up building that. And what I like to do is I like to try and get people involved. And because I'm a youth worker at heart, I'm always looking at ways of engaging with young people, particularly those who are a little bit rough around the edges, mainly because they remind me of me. And there were these lads, and they wouldn't get involved at all. For their months building these mosaics in the community room, they would not engage. And then on the last day, after we put the mosaic up, we'd grouted it, I'd got one of those little Dremel drills, and I was just using a polishing stone to take the sharp edges off. And these 3 lads walked by, and they're like, what are you doing, mate? And I'm like, well, I'm just taking the edges off here. And they went, can we have a go? And I'm like, yes, you can. Got you. So they took it in shifts, 10 minutes each, while I chatted to the other ones and found out who they were and their names and where they lived and everything that I might need in the future if they decided to destroy it. Anyway, at one point, I then said to them, it's a great mosaic, but who's likely to damage this round here? And they looked at me as if I was stupid, and they went, well, us. But this is our mosaic, so no one's touching it. And I'm like, yes, job done. There we go, brilliant. Then what happened was I ended up getting a phone call from ITV. And I'd got a website with my mosaics on it, and I got a phone call from ITV, and it was a producer from the 60-Minute Makeover. And they said, could you do a mosaic to be installed on a fireplace as part of the 60-Minute Makeover? I'm like, yeah, I can. And they went, the designer, they just want some brown tiles put on the back of the fireplace. And I'm thinking, don't you know I'm a mosaic artist? If you just want boring brown tiles, you just go and get yourself a tiler. But I didn't say that. I said, I can do some simple tile backgrounds if you want, but it's probably a good idea for me to talk to the designer, because each series, you get 6 episodes per designer, so they get to be able to showcase their work. So I spoke to the designer on the phone, and I said to her, look, I can do your brown background if you want, but actually, I might be able to do something a bit better. But if brown tiles is what you want, can you go on my website and have a look at this mosaic that's got these beige brown tiles on the background, and that will show you the kind of mosaic background that I could do. So she looked at the mosaic and she went, I just heard her go, wow. And I thought, I've got this one in the bag. So I said, I can do your bare background if you want, of brown tiles, or I could do something much more magnificent on the fireplace for you with the 60-Minute Makeover. And she went, well, I'm doing it based on British flowers and the colours. I went, send me your mood boards and everything. She's like, I will. And then I can come up with a design for you. So that's exactly what we did. And on the day, That is what we created. I know, that's the right response. There we go. I knew you'd be good. So, me and Peter Andre, we grouted that bottom of the fireplace there. The other fire surround. All right, here's a little spoiler for you. It doesn't take 60 minutes, all right? That's how long the show lasts for. That mosaic surround, 1 week that took me to make it. And the thing is that there's loads of stuff being done in the background, and then on the day they just all come together and they put it in place. So that was it. It took me so long to do it. I ended up getting trapped in the house. And there's that bit at the end when the big reveal for the person who kind of like comes home and go, "Oh my word, you've changed my life." Well, I got to view that from her kitchen because I was trapped in there because I didn't get out of the house quick enough. What else happened? Oh yeah, so work did dry up a little bit, okay? And what happened was I ended up becoming a funeral celebrant as well, all right? So if anyone's feeling ill, do pass my details on to a loved one, all right? Okay, so I decided to become a funeral celebrant as well, because all the funerals I've been to, they were really rubbish and they felt templated and weren't personal. And my wife said, "You could do a far better job than that." So ended up doing that as well. So, more arrows in my quiver. There we go. So then what happened was I got a phone call. I got a phone call from a PR company, and they said, "Will, do you reckon that you'd be able to build the Guinness World Record largest coin mosaic?" And I said, "Of course I can." Absolutely. YouTube, how do you build coin mosaics? All right. And I said, "Of course I can do that, absolutely, no worries." So they wanted to be able to rebrand, so Old Mutual Wealth were rebranding from Scandia into Old Mutual. Now they're Quilter as well. But effectively, I got commissioned to be able to build the Guinness World Record largest coin mosaic. 140 square meters of coins. There we go. It was so big, I did a panorama, so I got my son to stand on one side. He ran behind me, so that by the time I panned there, he was stood on the other side. There we go. All right. He's not a twin, all right? Thank goodness, he's so annoying. All right. Anyway, so 225,000 coins that we did for the Guinness World Record coin mosaic. So things were kind of taking off. There was lots and lots of things happening. And then one day, I thought, where do all the rich people live? All right? Where do rich people live? Oh, they live in Lymington. They've all got yachts and castles out in Lymington. I've seen the TV shows. Right, they're rolling in money. Right, I know what I'll do. I'll go to a shop and see whether somebody would put a mosaic of mine in the shop window. And I found this guy called Robin, who owned the tile shop in Lymington. And I showed him this mosaic of the Needles Lighthouse that I'd done. And he said, "That's brilliant." He goes, "You can put that in my front window. I'm going to clear it all out. And I just want business cards and portfolio." I'm like, "Brilliant, Robin, you can have that." Put it in his window. It was there for a year and a half, 2 years. Didn't have anything. All right? Nothing. Do these rich people not walk down their own high street? Crying out loud. All right, anyway, I thought, well, I just need to change the fishing grounds. Let's find somewhere else that's rich. I can move the mosaic into a different town somewhere. The day after I thought about this, I had a phone call. And this guy said, "Is that Will?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He said, "This is David Manley from Disney." And I'm like, "What, the Disney?" And he went, "Yeah, the Disney." I'm like, "Okay, David, how can I help?" He went, "I've seen your mosaic work." And I'm like, "Where on earth has Disney seen my mosaic work?" He goes, "I've seen your work and I love it. I'm in this bind. I've got to have there's some mosaics made by the beginning of September. All right, I've got to have them made by the beginning of September and installed." And he said, and I can't find a mosaic artist. Everybody else seems to do these pixelated ones. He said, "But I like the flow and form of your mosaics." I'm like, "The flow and form? Where have you seen my mosaics?" And he said, "I live in Lymington." Of course you do, David. In your castle. So he lives in Lymington. Turns out he's a European construction manager for Disney, and he had these mosaics that needed to be built. Anyway, he goes, "Right, what I need you to do is I need you to give me a quote, and can you get back to me as soon as possible?" And yeah, absolutely I can. This was July 21st, right? I'm like, "Okay, I'll get back to you." So I went home, so a little bit of background to this. My wife was very patient with me. She said, "Will, can you not take on any more jobs that have a September deadline? Because you've got so much work on, and it's doing my head in." right? And we've got mosaics all over the house, and I don't get to see you. And I'm like, yeah, I love of my life. I will not take on another job with a September deadline. So anyway, I go home, and I cost in this job for Disney that has to be done by beginning of September. And I thought, how much would I normally charge for a mosaic? I thought, it's Disney, they got money. So I doubled it, added a 0, right? And I'm like, sent it off as a quote to him. And he gets back to me. And he's just like, oh yeah, sorry, the other catch to this story is that I've got to build these by the beginning of September, ship them to Rome, fly over to Rome and install them before the 5th of September. Right, so he phones me up after me sending the quote into him. He goes, Will, I've got the quote. He goes, why is it that much? I went, well, David, I've already bought all the materials because I need them here by the end of the week to load them into my minibus because I'll be driving my family to Ireland for our 3 weeks family holiday, and I'll be using all of that time to build your mosaics for you on my holiday. And he's like, brilliant, go for it. It's the right answer, David, well done. Then Susie comes home. I'm like, oh, Susie, do you want the good news or the bad news? And she looks at me, and she's a very practical woman. She said, I'll have the bad news first, thanks, William. So I'm like, okay. So the bad news is I've taken on a job with a September deadline. She's like, okay. Now, my wife doesn't steeple her fingers, but if she did, she would be steepling them and looking over her hands at me. And she's like, and what's the good news then? I said, well, it's for Disney, and they're paying us this much. But I've got to build these mosaics, and I've got to ship them over to Rome, and then I have to fly over and install them. And she looked at me and she went, we're going to Rome. Yes, darling, we are. That's exactly what we're doing. So we ended up building these mosaics on holiday. There we go. So it wasn't really, an onerous task to sit there at the entrance to Cork Harbour building the mosaics. That's one of my daughters there. She kind of got roped in. Everybody on the holiday, all the people on the terrace that we go to holiday, they all came down and got involved. It was like free labour for one of those pricey jobs I've ever done. It was amazing. And then we went to Rome. And there we go, we installed them. You see the centre panel has got Mickey Mouse's head in it. So you see it's just done it. Oh, no, yeah. So it was very nice, delicate design. So we did those, and that was great. And I'm still married, which is brilliant. So, love the laugh that came from over there. That was great. So then what happened was there was these, has anyone seen the art trails in Southampton where we get big animals? I mean, they've happened in Portsmouth and Winchester and all over the world. They have these all about art trails, or these wild and art trails. And I put in a design to do a rhino design when we did the rhino trail here. And it ended up getting sponsored by Old Mutual Wealth again, because we like your mosaic, and now we want your rhino design. So I did that. And the good thing about these things is you end up with art in your city. The bad thing is that they all get sold off. And whilst the money goes to charity, it means that we have this blossom of colour, and then suddenly we've got nothing. And I thought, someone needs to do something about that. We need more public art in Southampton. So I'm thinking, someone should do something about that. And that's when the little voice in your head says, maybe that someone should be you then. I'm like, okay, well, all right, it's going to be me then. All right, I will take it upon myself to decorate my city without so much as a by your leave. Anyway, so myself and my wife, we've been fostering for almost 8 years now. And I've got this little lad, it's about the same age as the lad that we had. We had this little lad called Alan living with us. And I was reading him bedtime stories, and I was reading the Mr. Men, and I was looking at them, and I was like, these mosaics lend themselves, this artwork lends itself very well to mosaics. So I thought, right, I know, I'll start building Mr. Man mosaics. Because I thought, if I'm going to be sticking these up with a vague level of permission, right, I want to do something that is not going to offend people, all right? Or if it does offend people, people will feel really bad. They won't voice it unless you're that guy on Facebook, all right? So anyway, this lad here is a lad called River, okay? And that's his dad. I don't know whether or not I've got a photograph of him. There might be a photo later. But that little lad, he sticks up his books on the wall in his house and wipes them down with a sponge because he's pretending to be me putting mosaics up. I know, cutest thing possible. Anyway, so I started off with Mr. Tickle. Makes sense, he was the first ever Mr. Man book ever written. So put up Mr. Tickle, put up Mr. Happy, Mr. Impossible. Sat down, just waited for the comments to come in to see whether or not it gets picked up on social media. And eventually my mates start tagging me in posts on Southampton Photos Heritage Group and, In Common in Southampton and all these different groups where people go, does anyone know why these Mr. Men mosaics are appearing in places? And I wasn't saying anything. I was liking the posts because my mates were tagging me in, but I just kept silent about it. And then it started taking off. More and more people going, what's happened with these mosaics, with these Mr. Men mosaics? And by the time I'd stuck these 3 up and comments were coming, I'd started making more and putting those up. So I had like 10 to 15 mosaics already up across Southampton. And this was kind of like during COVID. And you remember when we were allowed out for like an hour, right? Well, what I'd do is in my hour of being allowed out, I would go and I would put a mosaic up, and then everybody else would be using their hour to go and see if they could find it and going around the city, which was great. I like that kind of relationship. So I started sticking them around. Oh, hello, I'm going to go back because I don't want to ruin that one with the mayor. So then I go to a community group. And there's a community thing going on, don't know where it was, but anyway, Peter Bailey was our mayor at the time. And I went out with my phone and I had a photograph of my Mr. Man mosaic on there. And I'm just like, oh, Peter, what do you think of these Mr. Men mosaics that I'm sticking up all over the city? And he looks at my phone and then he looks at me and he says, go away and make me a Mr. Mayor. So I did. And then I presented his Mr. Mayor to him in the mayor's office. So I got to do that, which is absolutely fantastic. And then after that, I get a phone call from the BBC. And the BBC phone me, and they're just like, Will, we'd love to film you building a mosaic and potentially putting one up. And I said, that's really good timing, because I was going to hit your property next week. So you can film me putting one on your building without your permission. And they're like, that's brilliant. Would love to do that. So I ended up going around with this guy called Ben. So he came to my house and filmed me. And then we went and stuck Mr. Bounce on one of the raised flower beds by the BBC building. And if you go into town on Kingsmead Lane, coming up from the train station, you'll be able to see Mr. Bounce. Then I got caught by one of our other councillors. I was just minding my own business, putting a Mr. Lazy mosaic on the wall, and then I heard this voice behind me say, putting another one up, are you, Will? And I turn around, and it's Dave Shields, our councillor for communities. And I'm like, hi, Dave. And he went, I'm not saying he gave me permission, but he looked at me and he said, it's looking a little bare on the east of the city. I'm like, all right, Dave, I shall get on that then. And I thought, how am I going to link my mosaics that are predominantly on the west, because that's where I was living and I'm quite lazy and I didn't really stretch further afield. How am I going to link my mosaics from the west of the city to the east? And I thought, we've got the Itchen Bridge. The Itchen Bridge stretches, it joins the west to the east. So what I did was I thought, if I can make a mosaic that nobody would dare take off because they're quite hot on graffiti on the Itchen Bridge. So I designed this little character called Mr. Hope, because one of those things is the Itchen Bridge is a place where people who feel like they're out of hope, they often go there. And I thought, if I can make a mosaic that combines two things, me wanting to be able to increase my vision for mosaics in Southampton, and as well as potentially cause somebody who might feel like they're out of options to go up, see him there with his little lantern and giving a wave, and for them to feel, actually, maybe it's not all bad. Maybe it's worth walking down off of this bridge. And I ended up having the head of Samaritans for the region get in touch with me, and he said, that was absolutely brilliant what you did, because it went viral all over the place, people loving that I'd done that. So again, and it was put up with a friend of mine as well, and he, 2 years before, he had been up on that bridge contemplating jumping off that bridge, and yet 2 years later, he's there with me, helping me put up that mosaic. thank you. I don't necessarily know I deserve that, but, thank you. Appreciate that. No, and I'm glad that some of the things that I do hit home with people, and that I'm not just an artist, that actually what I'm doing is I'm impacting communities and I'm changing people's lives. Whether or not, the amount of people that say to me, even now, they'll say, I keep seeing your Mr. Tickle mosaic and it makes me smile. That's what I wanted. I wanted to do something that made people smile and go, what on earth is that there for? All right? I wanted both those things. Even during COVID, I started designing my own characters. So there you go, Mr. Stay Home. All right? And then I put, because, nursing staff, healthcare staff, all the frontline staff, whether you're feeding people or nursing people, actually, I thought they deserve something. And it's a way of me getting away with putting another one up on a building somewhere. So but I did contact the RSH hospital because I know they're quite on brand with some of their things and they might not take too kindly to it if it just appeared. So effectively, I've designed a little Miss NHS. And then ITV phoned me. And ITV phoned me and they went, oh, Will, we'd love to cover you doing a story of building a mosaic and potentially putting one up. And I'm like, again, good timing. Why don't you help me put up little Miss NHS? And look, I got myself a high-vis top done as well, right? Because I want a disguise that is impenetrable. And then everyone knows you just have to wear a high vis and you can get away with anything. So there, especially when you've got totally legit written on the back of it. So I'm a totally legit artist. They even did it on the telly. Look, Will Rosie, totally legit artist for my name on the telly. This one here. I said, how much time? I don't know. I'll keep talking and then someone can tell me to shut up. This one here, right, I decided I was going to fake a fossil mosaic and I put it on my mate's wall. All right, because he's got a natural stone wall. And I said, I just want to do a mosaic dinosaur fossil. And he's like, yeah, no. So I put it on there. So I was putting adhesive on the back of it. So I build them on mesh, put adhesive on all the little bits, stick it on the wall. Then what I do is I get some grout, push the grout onto it, cover it completely, let it dry off for about 15 minutes, and then slowly wash the grout off so it doesn't disturb the tiles that are drying with the adhesive. So I'm washing it off. Anyway, I hear this voice go, mate, that's flipping awesome. He didn't say flipping, but, company. How did you do that? And it's a guy who's just been walking up from the Ice House pub, right? He definitely had a skinful. And I'm like, wow, what I did, mate, was I built it onto mesh, put some adhesive on it, stuck it on the wall, grouted it, and now I'm washing the grout. Nah, mate, you don't get me. How did you do that? Mate, what I did was I built it on mesh, and then I put the adhesive on it, on the wall, grouting it, washing it. No, mate, you're not getting me. And I'm like, you're getting shirty. He was getting really annoyed because I just didn't get his drift. And he went, how did you know that was in that stone? So I said, well, mate, when you've been doing this as long as I have, you just look at a stone and you know there's one in there. And he's like, that's brilliant, mate. 5 minutes, I've got 5 minutes. 10 minutes of Q, so I've got 5 minutes talk, 10 minutes Q of A. Perfect, I can do that. Right, so I decided to write a book, right, called Mr. Mosaic Unarrestable. All right, so some of you did try and buy it earlier, but I went for lunch, so I missed you. But if you want to get one, I'm selling them. Anyway, that's my only pitch. So I decided to write a book called Mr. Mosaic Unarrestable because nobody seemed to be able to stop me doing what I was doing. I even put this to the test by making a Mr. Plod and putting it on Portswood Police Station. The only communication I've had from Hampshire Constabulary over this is the odd selfie from a copper next to my work. Brilliant. Oh, this guy here, the older guy with a fake police hat, he goes round with his granddaughter. They have granddaughter time. He goes round and they dress up as the different Mr. Men, take a photograph of it, and then send it to me, which I think is brilliant. Again, it's just all these different ways of being able to involving people in what I do and giving them something to do. Because life, we know what life's like, right? We've lived long enough to know that life throws a lot of curveballs and there's a lot of rubbish going on in the world at the moment. And there always has been rubbish going on in the world. And actually what we need to do is we need to grasp hold of the joyful things and the things that are beautiful and the things that are worthwhile and are worthy and uplifting. And we need to just keep promoting those kind of things. And that's what I've been trying to do. That's my daughter there. She's the one I'm going to show the selfie to as well. She started getting involved with me, helping me put up, and we put up Little Miss Sunshine together. And then the mayor gets in touch with me. She wasn't the mayor, she was the sheriff. And she said, Will, she goes, I know you, she was the sheriff at the time, Jackie Raymond. She's an amazing counsellor. A lot of people might know her. She said, Will, I'm going to be sheriff next year, and I was wondering, would you be my chaplain? She goes, I know you've got a spiritual side, but I like the idea of having an illegal graffiti mosaic artist as my chaplain, because it'll annoy a few people. Jackie, I'd love to fulfill that role for you. So I ended up hanging out with the Lord Mayor. 3 days after I get made chaplain for the mayor, the Queen bestows, in her last days, bestows Lord Mayoral status on the city. What can I say? All right? So yeah, got to hang out with Jackie, and we had an amazing year. So that is the end of my, so I put it all together in a book. If you liked the way that I've spoken, my book pretty much delivers the same kind of stories, a lot more in depth with the Mr. Men stuff that I was going. So if you liked what I've said, you can have a laugh with it. It's a really easy to read book because I don't know my letters too well. So that's pretty much my thing. I'm now going to be doing more and more mosaics across the city. While this body has breath, I'm not going to stop. And I know, just lastly, the shirt. Some of you mentioned the shirt earlier. A friend of mine recently, lovely, absolutely. A friend of mine recently said, Will, if you're going to be doing more motivational speaking, you need to dress according to your personality and what you do for a living. So I couldn't find one with coffins on it. But I got this one. So, brilliant. Thank you so much for laughing at the right places. Stop clapping. There's going to be questions. You'll take up all the time for the questions. Turns out there's no questions. How do we do this? A question right there. Over there. Yeah, you're on. There's one over here. Oh, yeah, there's one there. Hello.
Love your work. I come down to Southampton quite a bit and walk from the station down towards the docks. And did you do the Superman one?
On Oxford Street.
I can't remember the street name, but it was on a really low wall.
Yeah, so it's just the S for Superman, right? Yeah. Yes.
It's not there anymore.
No, some people really like my art. Superman's gone, Mr. Greedy's gone, Batman's gone. I've just remade Hulk and put him back in place. And over the summer, I'm planning to be able to redo those superheroes that have gone missing as well. So, yeah, brings a smile, doesn't it? It's something different. Right, now you do. Brilliant. By all means, post and tag me in photos. I love hearing people saying you've cheered me up, because that cheers me up as well. Thank you. How's my sciatica? It's wonderful. Right, I think those of us who live with sciatica, we learn to manage it. We're just like, right, I will not be lifting that ever. All right, and if I do, I'm not going to lift anything else after that for a while. So, yeah, but it's all good. No. Did I or should I have? No, I didn't get permission from the Hargreaves Foundation or the Chinese company Thiop, which now own Mr. Men. However, should they decide to call me out on the fact that I am using their intellectual property without their permission, the first people I will be calling to my defense will be their social media team, because they have been encouraging me by saying, oh, look at this mosaic, this is really good, tagging me in it. Who would like a mosaic like this in their garden? I'll go, that's entrapment, that is. Case closed. That story's in the book as well. There you go. So the coin one, oh yeah, I've accidentally been pressing that. Right, so I learned that if you do the shiny coins, so they're brand new, you can do heads and tails and you can write words in them, so all about Art Limited. It was on the third floor of the old Mutual Wealth building, which is opposite the Civic Centre in Southampton. It's now in the bank accounts of charities. So what they did was they took, it was a marketing gimmick for them to be able to to rebrand and kind of like to show off their new kind of, their new vibe. So all of the money got donated to charity. In fact, what they did was they added an extra 50 grand as well onto it and gave it all to charity. So yeah. Everybody needs Mr. Men and Little Miss in their lives.
Do you actually sell your Mr. Men mosaics?
Where am I looking at? Where's it? Oh, hello. Do I sell them? So, I can't sell the original ones because they are definitely covered by intellectual property rights. So I won't be able to sell any of the ones that are original. However, I have been, since the mayor said, make me a Mr. Mayor, I've been selling bespoke Mr. Men mosaics. So effectively, like Little Miss Finance or, Mr. Lawyer. So effectively, yes, that's what. A Little Miss WI, yeah. Well, get a crowdfunder together. No, I haven't. Nobody's asked me to do that. However, that sounds like quite a good idea. I think that would be great. And then maybe I could just link with organisations who are particularly dealing with people who are struggling with mental health or suicidal thoughts, and then we could all build them together. That would be that'd be something. Just because I'm only one person, and my time stretched between my funeral work, my fostering, my mosaics. It's like I just need a whole crew of people who are going, yeah, we'll help you build mosaics, Will. So, yeah, good idea. Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, one over here. Do I do workshops? I do. I haven't been advertising them recently purely because I've got two massive mosaics that sat in my studio, one for Mansbridge, which is a local area in Southampton, and the other one for Genesis Care, which is a cancer care treatment centre. So they're big mosaics, but I will end up... I will, once I've cleared my desk of those, I do day-long workshops, but also I've been to a WI, I went to Oliver's Battery, WI, the Winchester one, and I do hour-long workshops there, and that went down absolute treat, so I can do those. And they don't involve any cutting, so it's kind of like, it's just pixel mosaics, people just get together, chat, and then create something, and you don't even have to be creative, because it's just a process of putting the right tiles in the right place. You'll do that. Brilliant. Tell the rest of your WI. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I've always been arty. And the thing with artists is you can't teach somebody to be an artist. You can teach an artist better technique. So it's a bit like music. It's like I could struggle to play a CD properly, let alone a musical instrument, right? So I take my hat off to people who just seem to magically take music from the air and produce, that's an amazing skill and talent. And again, it's like, I think if I tried really, really, really hard, I might end up being a mediocre triangle player. Where do I source? So there's an organisation, there's a company called Hobby Island Mosaics. You can get them online, and they seem to be one of the. If you don't want particularly expensive mosaic tiles, there are. It's like anything. It's like there's a company called Bizzaza in Italy, and they sell magnificent mosaic tiles. But but cost-wise, it's outside of most people's budgets to be able to do that. But if you're starting off, Hobby Island Mosaics, you can find them they're on Instagram, they're on Facebook. You just type it into an internet search. They're pretty good. They always sort me out with the tiles that I need.
We probably have time for one more question. Anyone? You have to shout all the way in. No?
I can answer it. No, I'm sorry, I'm already married. We've got one more, a proper one. Is there a trail? Yeah, not that I've got. So that I've got a link, right? And any of you can contact me. I can send you the link because I'm pretty disorganized with it. It's my ADHD. I'm not a particularly organized kind of person. I have got a map on Google Maps. I've got a map. I can send you the link, and it shows. Or if you're on Facebook, All About Art is my page on Facebook, and the top pin post is the Google map where I've put one of those drop-down pins in the location of pretty much all of my mosaics. So you can find that. So yeah, brilliant. Right, I think that's. Thank you for all your questions. Much appreciated. I just want to do a big shout out to my mate Tom, who's doing the live streaming here and doing all the filming and everything. So thanks, Tom. We'll catch up for a coffee. Where shall I put this? Who wants the mic?
Oh, it's working. Thanks, guys. Will, you're not to go yet. We're here. I'm here to thank you. Wow. What a fabulous talk. Thank you so much.
Thanks for inviting me.
We really appreciate it, and we'd really like a little Miss WI. Really would like it. And we'd like a workshop. We'll let you know. But thank you. And a what? Thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you. The most exciting part of the day now, have you won a raffle prize? So I'm going to read out the ticket numbers and the colours, etc. They can be collected in reception. We'll try and get them to reception before the end of the day. And they will be on a list on screen at the end of today. All the raffle prize winners will be there. So you can shout out and cheer if you win. So the first prize is 2 tickets for Kinky Boots in London. White coloured AMIB MN73771. 771 on a white ticket. I've just read that the code is AMIB MN73. Who's won? Whoa, I tell you, if you haven't seen it, it's absolutely amazing. The second prize is red funnel tickets to the Isle of Wight. That's on a green ticket, and the code is AB117620, and it's another 700 number. It's 764. Green ticket 764. The third prize is a Cook voucher to the value of £20, donated by Cook. It's a blue ticket. It's AB263017, and the number is 427. Again, these can be collected collected in reception. The fourth prize is a bottle of Hampshire sparkling wine from the Leckford Estate, John Lewis Leckford Estate. It's a blue ticket and it is AB 263017 379. The fifth prize is a Siemens gift box with various utensils and mugs and bits and bobs. That has very kindly been donated by John Lewis. The ticket is grey. It's AD 194924 878. 878 on the grey ticket. The next is a morning coffee set, a cafetiere, coffee and shortbread biscuits. Again, it's a grey ticket, and it's AD 194924, and the ticket number is 961. The next one is a cut glass rose bowl. It's on a buff ticket this time. AC 616733, and the number is 174. And then there's a lovely Easter egg on a green ticket, AB 117620, and the number is 726. Oh, good. Oh, hooray, Kathy. Was that the Easter egg? You could bring it tomorrow. The next prize is New Forest Teas. It's on a yellow ticket, AB 226013, and the number is 505. And we've had some New Forest shortbread. That's on a grey ticket, AD 194924, and the number is 969. We had some hand balm. These are donations from the people who had stalls today. Some hand balm on a yellow ticket, AB 226013, and that is 505. And then Steve has donated a Kinky Boots gift, and it's on a white ticket, AM1BMN73, and that number is 714. And then there's a set of 2 children's books on a yellow ticket, AB 226013, and the number is 535. As I said, they'll be on screen after Steve's finished his talk. Before you go out, check, and they will be available in reception. Right. We have a very special treat for you this afternoon. Before we hear the story behind Kinky Boots, we would like to present the Hampshire Federation Angels. I don't know whether Katrina, Diana, Helen and Barbara, joined by Jodie, alongside Kinky Boots Lola. Lola, Tom... Tom is Hampshire-based street dance teacher and owner of DanceWise Studios. When they aren't strutting around in heels, they can be found teaching children across the country to spin on their heads. They are also an avid member of the local Amdram scene and wanted nothing more than to play Charlie in Kinky Boots. It's a dream they utterly failed to achieve. Instead, being given the role of Lola. Lola holds a very special place in their heart, and the opportunity to share this moment with Steve, everyone in attendance, and to share the stage with their mother, Barbara, and their girlfriend, Jodie, is a huge privilege. Please welcome Lola and the Angels. Feel free to stand up and dance, clap and sing along and enjoy.
I'm like Jesus, I'm like Mary, but this Mary's legs are hairy. I'm your cocoa butter bitch, not just cookie cutter kitsch. I provide the unexpected with a prize that's undetected. Lift you to your highest heights. Let's explore your flight of fancy tonight. I'm gonna treat you right and like Shazam. And bam, here I am. Yes, ma'am, I am Lola. And like Je suis, oui, that's me. I am free, I am. Hey, Lola, 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 Lola. Step into a dream where glamour is extreme. Welcome to my fantasy. We give good epiphany. Step into a dream where glamour is extreme. Welcome to my fantasy. We give good epiphany. So come and take my hand and welcome to the land of Lola. Say my name. Oh. So come and take my hand and welcome to the land of Lola. Ready, ladies? One more? Okay. Stand back. Let me tell you something. What a woman wants to see. Stand back, Mister, I know everything. But it's what you blindly see. What a woman wants: masculinity, sensitivity, in a fantasy. What a woman wants: a muscle to clutch, just a tender touch. You don't get how much. To know the smoothness of her skin with a gentle caress. Feel the feathery quality of her dress. What separates a man like you from a man like me? I'm a reflection, her protection. I'm her curious mystery. What a woman, what a woman, what a woman wants. What a woman, what a woman, what a woman wants.
Well, you all know what a bird really wants is a rock solid.
Uh-huh, commitment. Look at me, devilishly debonair. Look at you, divinely dull, drab, and dumpy.
A woman wants a man to give as much as she can take. Just like me. Wait, piss off.
What a woman wants. What a woman. What a woman. What a woman wants. What a woman. What a woman. What a woman wants. It's me. What a woman wants. What a woman wants. Ladies, gentlemen, and those who have yet to make up their minds. My name is Lola, and galled though I am to admit it, you're not actually here this afternoon to hear from me. Do we have any Kinky Boots fans in the house? Then you don't need me to introduce the story of Kinky Boots, no? Okay. So, jokes aside, playing this role was an absolute privilege, and it wouldn't have been possible without the true inspirational story of the guy you're about to hear from. From Northampton to Broadway, we're about to hear the story of the Kinky Boots man himself, the boss in boots, Mr. Steve Bateman.
Well, hello. Oh. Talk about not being aware, right? Oh, hello, how are you? So I can get up here, I've done well. Right, bear with me, bear with me. I do apologise, my voice is not very clever today, so I might have to have a little drink of water. Hold on, I'm not going to go any further. Right, thank you so much indeed for a wonderful, wonderful welcome, and obviously for Tom. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see him play Lola, but I wish I had. Weren't they brilliant? Absolutely fantastic. Right, so you've got me for about an hour and a bit, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about how the story came about. Everybody asks me, is it a true story? Well, yes, it is. The musical and the film is about 70% true. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the history, how I got involved with it, some of the funny people I've met, some wonderful, wonderful stories, and just let yourselves go with the story. So where did it all start from? Well, my factory was in Barton, not in Northampton, Barton. And when I actually sold the rights to make the film, I decided that what I ought to do is try and protect the villagers of Barton,
We're talking 25 years ago. Now, kinky boots then was a little bit, and I thought, if it goes wrong, Old Spartan's going to be tainted for the rest of its life. So I thought, what better than to make it Northampton? Then if it goes wrong, the whole of Northamptonshire gets covered with the slur. Now I get it in the neck, just purely for the fact that everyone goes, if you'd only said Old Spartan, we'd be famous across the world. You can't win. Anyway, so this is the original factory. And if you ever go up to Old Spartan in Northamptonshire, you can go into King Street, and that's where you'll find it. And this is one of the earliest photos that we have of the factory. And it was basically a charabanc trip. We used to take our workers on to the coast for a day out. So that's the oldest photo we've got. So what do we used to make? Well, our mainstay of boots and shoes from 1889 onwards was Brogues, Oxfords, Gibsons, Chelsea boots, and Derby boots. And we made those all the way through, right up to the First World War. First World War, we were then taken over by the whole of the Ministry of Defence. And on the left-hand side there, you can see the first ever pair of army boots we made. Leather soles, steel toes at the toe tip, and a heel horseshoe. And if you imagine those poor guys in the trenches, that was an awful pair of boots to wear. They were like clogs, and they absorbed water. So after World War I, we went back to making Brogues, Oxfords, Gibsons, Derby boots, and Chelsea boots. And of course, obviously, one war wasn't enough, so we then had the Second World War. And from then, we started using different materials. After the war, things started to change. And this is, we're talking around about the 50s. Have we got anybody who was teenagers in the 50s? Yes, I'm sure we have. Anybody remember winkle piggers? Yes. What about brothel creepers? Yeah. Or teddy boy shoes? Well, we started making those, and that's what we started doing. We started making fashion footwear. We diversified from the traditional and started going into fashion. So after the 50s, we went into the 60s, and we got involved with a very small group called the Beatles. And on the left-hand side there, you can see a Beatle boot, just an ordinary Chelsea boot with a Cuban heel. Fashion is one of those items that keeps going around and comes around. And obviously, what we were making these not only in the 60s, but also in the 80s and in the 90s for different types of fashion. So after the 60s, we went into the 70s. Glam rock. Do we have anybody that is into glam rock, different platforms? Oh, we've made for some real characters. Elton John, Shiwaddy Waddy. One or two we have to be a bit careful of. Alvin Stardust. And Gary Glitter. But it was fashionable at the time, that's all we can say. But these were an amazing set of boots. And basically, they were wooden blocks with loads and loads of leather bits stuck to them and either nailed or stuck to the bottom of the shoes. So not a very comfortable type of footwear to wear. So after the 70s, we went into the late 70s and into the early 80s. Now, we were starting to get involved with a company called Shelley Shoes in London. And this was where fashion really started to kick off. We were making for the top streets in London, and we were selling lots of our fashion footwear. Here you can see Paul Weller in 1979 wearing a pair of our, what we call Jam shoes, because obviously he's the lead singer of the Jam. And look at that, £15.99. What's more frightening, you can buy a pair of shoes for £15.99 now. And that was our start. Paul Weller was one of our biggest groups that we were playing with at the time, and did really, really well. And then fashion used to be, everybody used to follow fashion. Music, Carnaby Street, the King's Road. British fashion was worldwide famous. And that's where people used to be. Now we have this horrible thing called designer fashion. Nobody wants to look the same, but everybody wants to wear a label. You'll hear a bit more about that in a minute. So what happened there? We went into the 80s. Now the 80s, everything to do with fashion was around our pop culture. And I was born in the 60s, and of course, I was a teenager in the 80s, and I saw the start of something very, very amazing. Fashion footwear going with pop music and everything else. Does anybody remember Top of the Pops? Yeah. I remember when I was at school coming home and always watched it at 7:30, BBC One, turn on the telly, and I'd be going, made them, made them, made them. And obviously in the 80s, we had this other type of fashion that came along, and it was called the New Romantics. A time when music started to really hit in. Computers, synthesizing music, or whatever they like to call it. And out of this new romantics era were born the people like Duran Duran, Human League. And here you have Soft Cell on the left there, Mark Armand, who's wearing a pair of what we were making at the time, what we called cuff boots or pixie boots. Now, I searched everywhere for a picture of Mark Armand wearing a pair of my boots, and I couldn't bloody find one. So there he is, wearing somebody else's boots. So I wasn't very happy about that, but there we go. So that was the 80s. The 80s was really a very, very good time for the British footwear manufacturers. And this is when things started to go wrong. Now you think, how did this story start? Well, this was where we were doing really, really well. Up to the late 80s and 90s, we were doing very, very well, making lots of money, making a profit. We got a good factory. We were employing 80-odd people. We were making 4,000 pairs of footwear a week, and everything was hunky-dory. What happened in the 90s? Grunge fashion. Steel toe caps, commando soles, shoes and boots. And we were exporting these in the early 90s really quite well. And anyone like to have a guess where we were sending these? No, Germany, believe it or not. So in the 80s and 90s, we were doing this type of fashion footwear, but this is where the tide changed. All of a sudden, what happened was that we had this horrible thing called trainers. Trainers came along. It's something that we, as British manufacturers, cannot make. It was a type of footwear that needed high-profile machines, new machines. Our industry was very traditional. So all of a sudden, we started running into a problem. The other problem was also, as I mentioned it earlier on, the labels. We weren't a named product. We were selling for companies like Shelley Shoes and Johnson's. We had to try and find our own label. And if you didn't have your own label, we weren't doing very well. Not only that, in the 90s, the Conservative government had been in power for 3 terms, and they decided what we're going to do is raise the value of the pound. Now, British footwear manufacturers, most of their footwear went abroad. So when you think that 96% of my production went abroad, you can see that all of a sudden, when they raised the value of the pound, all of a sudden, our boots and shoes went up. They went up in price. We couldn't do anything about it. It was to do with the cost of the pound. So overnight, all of our German customers and foreign customers said, Steve, whatever you've got going through the factory at the moment, put a hold to it. Stop. Don't send us anymore. So in the film and the musical, you see Charlie gets all these boots and shoes returned. You imagine 4,000 pairs a week not going out the door. That is an amazing amount of footwear, and we had it piled up everywhere. Not only that, we still had to buy in our raw materials to make 4,000 pairs a week, and also we had to try and pay our wages, our electricity bills, our gas, and all the other heating and other things, as well as the employees. So it was a very, very bad time. Everything started to go wrong. And we had a lot of our customers that started to go bust on us, which is never good when you're a business. And all of a sudden, we were taking losses. And it was one day, and I was sitting in my office, and I thought, what am I going to do? What am I going to do to try and keep this factory going? 4th generation. I was the 4th generation of managing directors of the firm. They'd been through 2 world wars, and there was me trying to fight the pound war. And we just weren't cutting it. We tried lots and lots of different things. And I remember sitting there one day, and a big American company we're dealing with decided they would go bust on us, get what they call Chapter 13. And, of course, when that happens, you can't contact them or anything. And we lost a considerable amount of money. And I sat there at my desk, and I remember it to this day. My head was in my hands, and I thought, what are we going to do? When all of a sudden, I had a phone call from my receptionist, Clarice. Then she was 70. She's still alive, God bless her. And she was my receptionist. She says, Steve, guess what? I've got a new customer on the phone. I went, fantastic. A new customer? That's unheard of. I said, put them straight through. And she said, well, there's something you need to know about this new customer. I said, Clarice, it's a new customer. I need to know nothing. And she said, all right, suit your bloody self. I thought, oh. There's one of those things that you wish you'd never said. And what happened, I thought, oh, my goodness. Oh, I've clicked on too far there. Oh, was I doing that in my pocket? It's held together with tape. Look at this. I don't know whether it's me or that's the sticky stuff on there. Anyway, and I said, Clarice, there is nothing I need to know about this customer. She says, all right, suit yourself. And this lady came on the phone. Her name was Sue Shepherd. You'll see a picture of a bit later on. And she was a very deep-voiced lady. I later found out her real name was Simon. And she came on and said, Steve, I understand you make footwear. I went, yes, we're a shoe factory. Of course we make footwear. She said, well, I'm after ladies' footwear. I went, bugger. I said, we don't make ladies' footwear. We make unisex fashion. We make men's fashion. And she said, well, I'm after ladies' footwear in men's sizes. Now, for a poor little old boy in Elsbarton, in the back streets, started scratching his head. And I thought, where's this going? And I said, look, I don't quite understand. What are you after? And she says, I'm after court shoes, ankle boots, knee boots, and thigh-length boots. Now, when I picked myself up off the floor, and I went, okay, I don't know anything about this type of stuff, but you're going to have to explain some of the story behind it. And she said, well, what it is that I want to have some boots and shoes made for me. At the moment, I've got 90 pairs on order, and I've been waiting 6 to 8 months. Now, bearing in mind, we can turn around 2,000 or 3,000 pairs in 6 weeks. I said, delivery is not a problem. I don't want that much, she said. I said, well, we can sort that out. I said, is there any other problems that are associated with this type of footwear? And she says, yes, the quality. I said, the quality? What do you mean the quality? She said, well, she said, they're either really, really good or they're really, really bad. And I said, well, we are BS 5750, we're Kite Mark approved, we have a CE mark, and we work for catalogue companies. Catalogue company, now that's a thing of the past, isn't it? I remember as a kid, what was it? Littlewoods? What was the other one? There was a, yeah, I remember as a kid, me and my brother, we used to wait for November when the new catalogue came out, that big cardboard box, we used to open it, turn straight to the laundry, the toy department. And it was like, wow. But the trouble is, with the catalogue companies, their quality is absolutely amazing. So if you get the quality wrong for them, they get to send everything back. So I said, if we can work for catalogue companies, I'm sure we can work for you, Sue. She said, I said, is there anything else? She said, yes, yeah, the fitting. I said, okay, what's the problem with the fitting? She said, well, just have a think. She said, these people have made these shoes, they work in little outbuildings, and then they sell what they make at the front of the shop. And I said, well, what's the problem there? She said, well, they've actually sort of graded a lady's size 4 or 5 right up to a men's size 15. And believe it or not, there's a little bit of a difference between a lady's leg and foot than there is to a man's. But these guys hadn't thought of that. And I said, well, what's the problem? She says, well, this poor guy who's got a size 11 foot can't find a pair of shoes. And if he does, it's a bit like, the Ugly Sisters and Cinderella trying to get his foot into that golden slipper. It just doesn't work. And they break them. And I said, well, look, if I'm going to start this, I said we would go from scratch. We would actually go all the way through it and make sure that they would fit. So there was a little bit of an idea. And I said, look, I know nothing about this. I'm going to have to do some research. Now, this is where I fall out with the film and the musical. Because the film and the musical make Lola the designer. It was me. And when they showed me the script, I went, I don't like this. They said, no, it'll work. I said, but you're making me to look a fool. So that's my little gripe that I have about the musical as well. But I must admit, it does work, and it works really, really well. So there we were, and I said to Sue, I said, look, I know nothing about this industry. You're going to have to give me some pointers, because I can't just make for you. I need to have a lot of other customers. So they said, okay, and she gave me about 10 or 11 other shops that she knows, because based loosely on the sex trade, it was a very much like a, it's a bit one of those. So I spent the rest of that afternoon ringing around all of these shops, and I said to them, if I can do the quality, the fitting, the delivery, and the price, would you buy from me? And every single shop said, oh, yes, please. So the idea was set. I put the phone down after doing all these phone calls. I crept into the main office, and there was Clarice, arms folded, chewing her gums, snarling. And I went, I've got to go out. So I went from my factory in Elsbarton to where I was living in Wellingborough. And I thought, where can I go for some inspiration? And I suddenly thought, as I was driving, I know where I need to go. I went to my local corner shop. I drove to my corner shop, the place where I go every day for my newspaper and half a pound of chocolate raisins. I walked into the back of the shop to where all the magazines are. You're ahead of me already, aren't you? Top shelf, there we go. All of a sudden, I got my blinkers on. Everything was like focus. And I went, right. I picked about 10 magazines. And I strolled up to the counter, put them down on the counter, and it's at that point the blinkers come off. And there was this lovely lady that served me every single day with my newspaper and half a pound of chocolate raisins. And she looked at the magazines and looked at me, looked at the magazines, looked at me, nudged, winked, and said, "Looks like you're in for a hard night." I cannot remember leaving that shop. I chucked some money down and I rushed home. I got inside the house and I spread these magazines out on the main dining room table like a pack of cards. And I went through every single picture trying to find inspiration. She was right. It was hard work, but somebody has to do it. But the trouble was, the bit I was interested in was from the thighs down. The bit everybody in the magazines was interested in was from the thighs up. Although there was a lovely no, I won't go into that, but there we go. But it wasn't enough information. I thought, what else can I do? I need to find more inspiration. I need to know what these boots are, how they work, and everything about it. I thought, what else can I? And I suddenly remembered I got one of those new computer things being put in my spare room. You know, one of those things that takes up the whole room. And I went upstairs. Now, I'd only been into this room once since it had been put in there. And I went in. We got a dial-up modem. Do you remember dial-up modems? Oh, my God. I went in there, turned the plug on, pressed go, went away for a fortnight, came back. And there in the middle of the screen was something they called a search bar. Never used it before, apart from the once when they showed me. And I sat there and thought, what do you put into a search bar to find out what you're after? And I came up with this wonderful idea. I thought, I'm going to put in fetish footwear. I typed in fetish footwear. Now, if you want to laugh, go and try this at home tonight. I have never seen a computer hiss, spit, catch fire, and smoke. It was incredible. But all of a sudden, I realized what I was trying to do and what I was looking at wasn't just a little couple of shops in the UK. It was a worldwide phenomenon. And not only that, there was all of these different types of sexes involved. There was loads and loads of clubs. And I've been to some clubs, I can tell you. I've been to places that make your teeth curl. There was fetish clubs, swingers clubs. There was all the secret policeman's balls, the Rocky Horror Show. Loads and loads of people were wanting big-size boots and heels. So I started to get an idea. I started to realize that we needed black leather, black patent, red patent, court shoes, ankle boots, and knee boots. That were the staples. And I thought, right, I've near enough got an idea. So what I needed to do now was do a little bit of research. I'd seen what the opposition were doing, and I thought, where can I go to find out about it? And I suddenly remembered, do you remember you used to have the Saturday and Sunday newspapers, where you used to have those adverts at the back of the magazine, of the paper? Send a self-addressed envelope to get your free sexy catalogue. There's a lovely lady there nodding away like a nodding dog there. It's all right, not you, I'm talking about the lady behind, but guilty complex, there we go. No, it wasn't me, I didn't do it. Now, I sent off about 8 or 9 of these magazines, and it just so happened about a few weeks later, a week or so later, I'd rushed home from the factory in Osbarton to Wellingborough, about 10 minutes away, to let the dog out at lunchtime. And I was in hell of a rush. I got somebody coming to see me, and I decided, right, I must get out of the house quick. Got out of the house, just trying to lock the door, when all of a sudden, my mate Pete started to walk down the street. And I went, oh no, he's the local postman. Pete is death by Pete. He is one of those boys that if you had a conversation with him, it would last you a fortnight. Anyway, he came, he saw me, he went, Steve, he says, I've got some post. I said, look, Pete, I'm really in a bit of a hurry. I said, just shove it through the letterbox, I'll catch it later. He goes, no. He says, I've got it now, and he blocked the path. And I went, look, Pete, I haven't got time for this. I've got to get back to the factory. He goes, no. He says, it's all right. I've got it here. And he delved into his bag, and he came out with a wad of post. And it was all tied up with an elastic band. But on the top, I saw one of my self-addressed stamped envelopes in my sprawling handwriting. And I went, ha ha. And he goes, here you are, Steve. And I leant out and I grabbed hold of this wad of envelopes, trying to snatch it out of his hand to put it in my pocket very, very quickly. And he held on to it. We had this little tug of war going like this. And I, you all right, mate? He goes, yeah. He says, that envelope on the top. I went, yeah. He goes, bloody good catalogue, that one. I've got one of those too. So we made our samples, we made some boots, and here you go, there's me in the factory. We needed people to model them on. We got a lady from the closing room. She was very kind enough to model the ladies, but we needed somebody to model boots. And I'm a size 11, so I said, well, look, instead of buying in somebody, I'll try them on. So I was there, so I used to have to wander around the factory with my rugby shorts on, modeling these boots and trying to get the design right. Because if you don't get them right, high heels, ladies, you remember that? You start to lean backwards, the pitch isn't right. You start to lean forwards, the high heel's too high. Lots and lots of problems. You don't just make one item. We had to make loads and loads. Eventually, we got all of our samples together. And we decided what we would do. We would go to Dusseldorf. I have never been to Milan. In the film, in the musical, it's Milan. I went to Dusseldorf. You can understand why they changed it from Dusseldorf to Milan. I never walked on a catwalk. I did a photo shoot. And the bit where Charlie comes on with his boots and his boxer shorts is basically me in my rugby shorts. And when we went to Dusseldorf, I said to my assistant designer, Jenny, I said, we need to do a computer program to stand at the front of the show and so that people can see what they look like. She said, right, we'll arrange a photo shoot. I said, well, we need somebody to do the modeling. So we'd got Bev, who was going to do the ladies, but she says, we need a guy. And I went, yeah. I said, who are we going to get? She said, well, what size are all the men's shoes made in? I said, well, you know, they're size 11. So she said, well, we need a model that's got size 11 feet that we don't have to pay for. That's local. And I went, no. She says, it's got to be you. So here you go. Here's your homework. And she gave me this carton of shoes. Go home tonight and learn how to walk in high heels. Just like that. So I took them home. Nobody was in. I spread all these shoes out on the dining room and the lounge and dining room floor. And I was just holding up a pair like this, red patent thigh-length boots, letting the light glisten off the shine, when in walked the missus. She says, is there something you need to tell me? I said, there is nothing you need to know. I said, this is what I've been working on for this last little while. This is the secret new idea I've got. And she says, go on then, put them on. So I got them on. I sat down, put these boots on. Now, do you remember, ladies, when you first wore your first pair of high heels? That was me, but worse. And I stood up, I was like Bambi on ice. And I had to hold my feet as far wide as I could, because I thought that was the way. And I walked like John Wayne, just coming off the prairie. And I walked about 5 paces when all of a sudden I tripped, slipped, bang, over I went, onto the dining room floor. Nose went one way, blood went the other. And that was my first attempt at wearing high heels. And that's where they got the fall for the musical and the film from that incident in my dining room at the time. And my missus says, you're standing all wrong. I said, what do you mean? You're standing like a bloke. I said, well, I am a bloke. She said, well, look, try and put your feet together a bit. So I narrowed my feet. She says, now stick your bum out. Shoulders back. Thingies out. And tighten your thighs. I went, oh, I like this. And she says, now when you walk, walk like a lady. You're in a 4.5-inch stiletto heel. What you need to do is make sure that when you put your foot down, you don't put the heel down first. Because if you put the heel down first, what's going to happen? You're going to go A over T. And I went, okay. So I did it. So I managed to get to be able to walk to the end of the room. And she says, that's good. Not good enough, but that'll do. Now you need a pose. I went into Jenny the next day and I said, Jenny, I can walk, but I'm going to have to walk onto the photo bit, put the shoes on in a chair, and then stand up, take the chair away, click, I'll sit down again. So there I was in my rugby shorts, and when she went, problem. I said, what do you mean problem? She said, well, look at your legs. I went, I thought I've got really good legs. She says, you have, but they're hairy. And she said, well, what you need to do is you need to go away and you need to shave your legs. Now, this was 25 plus years ago. There wasn't a lot of shaving of legs then. Now you can have manscaping where the men can take away all or any part of their bodily hair. But back then, it was a little bit different. The only possible persons were cross-dressers or cyclists. Are your husbands cyclists? Do they come out? Oh, it makes me go faster. Yeah, you have a look in their underwear drawer. I can tell you that. But no, seriously. So there I was. She sent me home. I had to shave my legs. Now, I do a little bit of research, obviously, and I got into the bathroom. I ran a nice bath. I decided I would make it really good. I put some bath salts from her cabinet. She'd never used them. Wallop, the whole lot went in. I realized you only meant to use the tablespoon, but I put the whole lot in. It was milky white. It was wonderful. I went to my side. I got out a pack of 10 Bic razors, a whole can of shaving foam, and then my loofah. Yeah, I'd done all the research. I got into the bath. I exfoliated. Get me. I exfoliated. I then did what you ladies do, took my right leg out and put it on the tap. Because that's the way to shave your legs in the bath, isn't it? There I was, squirting this shaving foam on, and then I took my first razor. I took off the safety cap, and I started to attack my legs. I was like a surgeon going in for the first cut. I was there for 45 minutes. 10 Bic razors and a whole can of shaving foam, and eventually I was free of bodily hair for my photos. I rose from this bath like the phoenix from the ashes. The first thing I realized was how cold it was. And I went, whoa. And then I rubbed my legs together. I went, oh, I like that. But when I looked down, I looked at my legs. My legs were whiter than an albino polar bear's armpit. And I thought, if I have my photo taken with these, I am just going to be a whiteout. I then remembered my missus used to have this tanning lotion called Duotan. Do you remember Duotan? One molecule away from creosote. I put this stuff on. First coating, standing there naked, nothing happened. Thought, it's obviously not put enough on. I put on a second coat. Now, when you're naked and you bend over to try and put some down by your ankles, things that shouldn't get coated got a little bit of a coat. And what happened was, I was standing there and I was thinking, something's getting a bit warm in here. And all of a sudden, my milky white legs were going from milky white to tan, brown, dark brown, mahogany, ebony. And there was me jumping back into this hair-filled bath with my loofah, trying to sand my legs back down to some sort of normal time. And there's a picture here you can see. The middle picture is how I did my legs. I looked like, I think I gave Trump the idea for the Tango Orange look. So we did this, we did our thing. We went to Dusseldorf for 4 days. When we came back from Dusseldorf, we'd actually got 800 new pairs ordered of the kinky boots. We had a 25 square meter stand, 5 by 5, in a hall. Now, if you imagine the NEC, the biggest hall at the NEC is smaller than the smallest one at Dusseldorf. And there were 13 halls filled with shoes from all over the world. We not only took 800 pairs ordered, but we had 25 confirmed new customers with another 45 potential. All of a sudden, we knew we'd hit something special. And it was at this time that I did an article for the Financial Times, and they rang up through the Footwear Federation, and they said, we need someone to tell us what the state of the industry is like. And I said, I'll do it. I've got a bit of a loud mouth. I said, we are losing British manufacturers. And they said, what are we doing to try and curb that thing? And I went, I'm making kinky boots for men and women. Thought nothing of it. The next day, they printed, Steve Pateman goes kinky to save his factory. In the Financial Times, all of my competitors, my associates, the other factories in Elsbart, Northamptonshire, rang me up, "Hey up, boy, what you up to?" And it was from that we had a conversation with a team from the BBC called Trouble at the Top. A Trouble at the Top program, a business program, blood on the carpet, back to the floor, it's that type of thing. And they said, "Is this article true?" And I went, "Yes." I said, "The factory could close if by Christmas we can't find a new form of footwear to make." And they went, "Brilliant, can we come and film you?" I went, "Yeah." He said, "We follow you for about 9 months, but we record it all." I went, "Yeah." I said, "Great." I said, "How much does it pay?" We're the BBC. We don't pay for anything. And they don't. And I said, "Well, what best way to try and promote a new business than to have the BBC do it for me?" So I said, "Okay, I'll do it." I went to the old man who is now semi-retired, who's the chairman of the board of directors, and I said, "Dad, I want to invest a load of money to make these boots and shoes. Oh, and by the way, the BBC are going to film me do it." He said, "Don't touch it with a barge pole." And I thought, well, you've had your time, Dad. I said, "Look, if everything fails, at least we'll have a documentation of what we did to try and make it work." So I went ahead with doing it, and we were very, very lucky. We were going to be the third program in the series. But when they started to cut the program, we did, 45 hours of videotape to make a 40-minute program. You ought to see the bits that went on the floor. Oh, my God. But they made a fantastic thing. And at the time, they got this gentleman in to do the advertising for us, the voiceover, Robert Lindsay. And Robert Lindsay came in, and they sat down in front of this telly and said, "Robert, all you've got to do is read the script to the cues on the videotape, and job's a good one." Now, Robert Lindsay was God at the BBC back then. He's even more so now. Big Shakespearean actor. He was amazing. And he sat down there. He opened the script, and they played. And after 5 minutes, I wasn't there. After 5 minutes, they went, "He shut the book." And they went, "I can't do this." And they went, "Oh, no, we've upset Robert Lindsay. What are we going to do? Robert Lindsay, oh, my goodness." And he went, "This is brilliant." He said, "This is your #1 program." So they rang me up and said, "Guess what? You're going to #1. I went, "#1? What's the matter?" You know, it goes out on BBC Two at 10 to 10 on a February evening. Nobody's going to watch it. How wrong I was. So we went, and at that point, I could not talk to anybody other than through the Shepherd's Bush BBC. And I had a team of 10 people managing every single thing I did. And of course, when you've got the power of the BBC behind you, all of a sudden, things start to happen. This was the cue card they sent out to all the newspapers, because everything was done on the TV ratings by newspapers. Do you remember? Here are a few of the articles that were published. TV Times, Radio Times, TV Quick, Insight magazines, everybody. And there was me with my tango orange legs, looking out. And all of a sudden, I realized this might be a little bit different to what it was. The program that was going to be #1 was Vogue magazine being promoted into Russia in Red Square. Do you know, the only magazine I've never done anything with is Vogue. I wonder why. The lady that was our director, you can see her in the middle picture in the middle there, Michelle Kurland. She had such a success from this program that she now runs some of the top television programs that you watch now, The Apprentice being one of her biggest. So not only have we benefited, but also she has benefited as well. This was our lady model that used to do some modeling, and she was training to be a midwife. Yeah. Makes you want to be a woman, doesn't it, again? Well, you've seen this. There's a few of my pictures here. But the television program went out. It went out, as I said, on February the 24th at 10 to 10 on BBC Two. Nobody's going to watch it. How wrong I was. A lead program would normally take 1.2 million viewers. On that night, in February, at 10 to 10 on BBC Two, our program took 5 million viewers. Not only that, we beat Crossroads. Yay! Another claim to fame. But it doesn't stop there, because once you've been on the BBC, everybody wants a bit of you. And not only that, my old man was in New Zealand when he was in the Outbacks in a restaurant, and this guy tapped him on the shoulder and goes, "I know you, you're Richard Pateman." He goes, "Yeah, I am." He says, "How do you know that?" He says, "I've just seen your son and you on the BBC Worldwide programme." That was amazing. Isn't it amazing how much? I'd forgotten all about the worldwide television, But it was at that same time that I had another phone call. This time it came from Holland, Amsterdam. And they rang me up and said, we would like to take over the rights for your boots and shoes and clothing for the whole of the Netherlands. And we have the top Dutch porno star. Who's going to model them? I went, oh, never met a porno star. And she wants to meet you. I said, where do I go? So my other claim to fame, because not only does this, but she also runs all those shops you see in Amsterdam, magazines, fetish clubs, swingers clubs and everything else, but she also has her top magazine. So my other claim to fame is I'm a centre page spread in a Dutch porno magazine. You imagine this turning up at the factory. Thank good it came in a brown envelope marked strictly private and confidential, because poor old Clarice, she would have had an epi-fit when she saw this. But once you've done that, what happens then is you become flavour of the month. When you're flavour of the month, everybody wants a little bit of you. And here you can see 3 characters. I'll give you the first one, the one in the middle. That's me. I was asked to go and do a programme with Esther Ranson. And the figure on the left, the guy on the left, believe it or not, he was in the same green room as I was to do a programme. And what happens is a runner comes in from the wings and goes, Steve Pateman, you're on next. You're going to record your programme. So up I get, red boots in my hand, walked over to this girl, and she goes, are you all right? I went, yeah. She says, you've lost a lot of weight. I went, there's television, it does that for you, you know. And she goes, you really Steve Pateman? I says, yes. She says, Steve Pateman, the UK sumo wrestling champion. God's honest truth, research him, that name is Steve Pateman. Poor old Esther Ranson, you know, he walks on and goes, where's your red boots? He goes, what do you mean, I do wrestling? But the other guy on the other side, obviously television at the time, very, very big thing. And I had a phone call that said, is that Steve Pateman? I said, yes. Would you like to come and present the business awards for the whole of the UK at the Birmingham NEC? Oh, yeah. I said, how much does it pay? And she goes, pay? No. You don't need to be paid. If you look at this character, and if you look, you might see something in the top right-hand corner, the emblem for Santander or Abbey National or Abbey Bank. The CEO of Abbey National, his name is Steve Pateman. It's true. Look it up. You imagine me walking out on the stage, you know, to hand over the prize to Microsoft Office. Could have been embarrassing, couldn't it? Not for me, but there we go. So how did it all come about? Well, we were lucky enough to get involved with a film company called Harbour Pictures. Obviously, you don't need any information about the Calendar Girls. And I've become very, very firm friends with Patricia Stewart. And I went down to the opening night. They said, come down to the opening night of our film called Calendar Girls, walk the red carpet, and we want your film to be our second film. I went, yeah. They picked us up from St Pancras, took us to the end of the red carpet. There used to be a program called Jenny Faulkner's The Red Carpet Experience. I've got a bit of a thing about Jenny Faulkner. And I thought, wow, I'm going to get to talk to her. So I said to the missus, come on then, off we go. We walked down our red carpet. Halfway down, there was 2 women stood right in the middle of my red carpet. I went, I'm not having this. I turned to the missus, I said, you leave this to me, I'll sort it. I went up, I tapped this lady with this very stripy dress on I tapped her on the shoulder. I said, excuse me. I said, you wouldn't mind just standing to one side? I said, we've got to go and do an interview with Jenny Faulkner. And she said, oh, I'm so, so sorry. And these 2 ladies stepped past me. It was only Julie Walters and Helen Mirren. I've never been so embarrassed. I'm no good with celebrities, and I can't remember watching the film because I was so embarrassed. But what happened is we actually signed up to do the story of Kinky Boots. And Kinky Boots was born from that Trouble at the Top program. And I had to tell my story to about 13 script writers before it actually came in. If anyone wants to see some of the places that it's filmed, a lot of them are filmed in Elsbarton and in Northampton, and obviously in London and in parts of the East End as well. And here is a very iconic scene with Charlie and Lauren standing behind the church in Elsbarton, where it all seemed to happen. Charlie, the guy who played me, was this guy here. And he is an amazing, amazing actor, Australian guy. And you know, his name's just slipped out of my memory for a moment, but I'll come back to that. There was me in the director's chair. Our old factory van was turned into Price & Sons because they had to change everything that they did. We couldn't have our name being associated just for copyright and merchandising and such like. So there, all of a sudden, our van became Price & Sons. That became the company name of our thing. And in the other picture is a picture of myself and my mum and dad, and God bless them, they're still alive. And that's in Tricker's factory in Northampton. It filmed in the centre, and there we have Sarah Jane Potts. And top right is the producers of the film, and of course, Lola. Chiwetel Ejiofor. It's taken me 25 years to know his name. But back then, we used to call him Chewie. But now he's become an Oscar winner for 12 Years a Slave. If you call him Chewie, he will not answer. And do you remember, last year, it was 20 years anniversary. We had a party to celebrate 20 years of the Kinky Boots film. How quickly has that gone by? Absolutely amazing. Where was it filmed? Milan was filmed in Canary Wharf. The Too Much Club became Lola's Club, based in Soho. And there you are on the right-hand side. I was talking about where Charlie walks down the catwalk and falls over. That was filmed in the dirtiest warehouse in the East End. It smelt like an underground toilet. There was rats and mice and drug paraphernalia on the floor, but all you see was these lovely people sat in Italian designer area just looking gorgeous. But if you could have smell-o-vision, that would have been awful. There is a scene of the people that's me. I have a cameo role with the family, and it's in the films, which is really quite nice to have. And as the camera pans round, we're all trying to go like that. But the after-show party for the film was done in Soho, and it was in a nightclub called the Titanic. That went down well. But when you go there to this thing, you get given a runner. I was given a runner. Not only that, I had an entourage. Somebody to tell me who I was talking to, because I'm no good with names. Not only that, they would interviews. You were introduced to everybody. And about 3 o'clock in the evening, in the morning, I was getting a little bit tired. Because every time I put my hand out like that, a beer magically appeared in my hand. And it was at this point I was thrust into the arms of this supermodel, Sophie Anderton. She'd just come out of The Jungle, the BBC programme, the ITV programme, I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. It was a Beauty and the Beast moment. She's not that ugly, is she, really? I mean, come on. Lovely, lovely lady. But the star of the show was my lad, little Dan. Dan has grown up with the story of Kinky Boots from as long as he could near enough walk. He's 30 now, and he was big star. The guy who played Don in the film was obviously, what's his face there? I told you I'm no good, am I? Who's going to help me out there? Nick Frost, there you go, see? Nick Frost. They were going to go for beers the next night out. Kelly Osbourne, top right, they were going to announce their engagement the next day. And the little devil got a picture with Jerry Faulkner, and I never did. He has had the mickey taken out of him relentlessly because my television program, The Trouble at the Top, has been used as a business teaching aid. And so every time it came out, there would be little baby Daniel running around with his cuddly toy. And he got a real rough ride every year when this program came out. But sometime, I don't know why, but now he doesn't get anything to... He's 6'7", built like a brick outhouse, and he plays second row for Wellingborough Town Rugby Club. I don't know why people don't take the mickey out of him anymore. I don't know. But we went to the opening night of Kinky Boots in London. We went down the red carpet, and we did all the bits and pieces. And I took my mum and dad. Now, I'd lucky enough been and seen the movie before it went on general release. Now, there's one bit in the film, very, very sad, is where Charlie's dad, Charlie Senior Price, dies. You might have seen it in the musical and in the film. And when I actually showed Dad the script for the first time, I said, Dad, just to be aware, when you read the script, he said, there's a bit in it about you. And he goes, oh, he says, have I got a big bit? I went, You have till page 5. I said, what happens on page 5? I said, you die. Oh, bloody hell, he says, I don't like that. I said, but Dad, don't worry. I have got you, I have got you a cameo role in the film. He goes, what's that? I said, you're going to be the chief mourner at your own funeral. Not bloody likely, I'm not doing that, I'm not tempting fate. He always regrets that now. But if you can imagine, when we filmed this in the churchyard in Elsbarton, we had to get permission from the Diocese of Peterborough, from the bishop himself, to dig a grave in semi-consecrated ground, which we were granted. Not only that, we used the local funeral director, Toby Hunt, to supply a hearse and a car. Now, in a village, everything sort of seems to sort of like get out. Because when they were filming this, these big wagons turned up and everything else, people going, oh, there's somebody famous going to be buried in the churchyard. The hearse came out of his workshop. As it started to go through the streets of Elsbarton, everybody stopped what they were doing in the village and came and stood at the edge of the curb and heads bowed. As this empty coffin was paraded past them. In the film, there is this wonderful thing where Charlie steps forward and he holds a brown brogue over the grave. It's a tradition in the shoe industry. It isn't, but it is now. And in the film, he drops it, and in slow motion, it falls to the ground and hits the top of this coffin. Extremely, extremely sad moment. Very moving, very touching. So you imagine me and my old man sitting in the royal circle with all these A-list celebrities, and I thought, I ought to warn him. I said, Dad, when the funeral scene comes on, I said, it could be a bit emotional. So just, just to warn you. He goes, no problem, boy. I'll be all right. So Charlie steps forward, arm outstretched, and this brogue drops slow motion. Bang! Onto the top of the coffin. And he goes, ow, that bloody hurt. That's a true story. Oh, he's a bit of a character, is the old boy. So Kinky Boots did pretty well as a film, but all of a sudden we got to hear that Jerry Mitchell and Harvey Fernstein. When I heard that name, I went, oh no, not Weinstein. Harvey Fernstein was going to be part of it, and Cyndi Lauper and Jerry Mitchell. And it went out on Broadway at the Al Hirschfeld Theatre, and it nearly flopped. The only reason it didn't was because Cyndi Lauper's connection with the pink dollar. That's what saved it, because of the acceptance, the understanding, the way that the film and the musical were portrayed. It was all about genuine respect. Respect for each other, respect for each other's feelings. It doesn't matter who you are or what you are, it's about the person. And they resonated with that. It was nominated for 10 Tony Awards. It won 6. That's never been repeated since, which is an incredible thing. And it went all the way around the world. People say, why didn't it come to England? Unfortunately, I don't get a penny from the musical Kinky Boots. They did a bit of a dirty on us, but I've got over that now. But eventually, when they made the name by going all the way around the world, they thought, we ought to take it to London. So it was quite an amazing thing. When I was actually in London, I was invited down, because once it's come to London, they go, I suppose we ought to invite him, really. So I went down to see the pre-shows and the rehearsals and everything else. And to stand there and taking a picture of something that you've inspired on one of the theatres. The Adelphi Theatre is where it was in London. And, of course, when I went down in the tube, there were all these posters of Kinky Boots. And that's quite an amazing thing. Not only that, it's happening again now, because it's now going to be back in the West End. I was at the opening night on Tuesday night, and it's now at the Coliseum. So it's amazing how what goes around comes around. People say, do I like the musical or do I like the film? I love the film better because it tells more about the characters. But I love the music. And the song that always brings me to tears is a song called Not My Father's Son. Not My Father's Son is where you expected as a family business to go into that business. That's a hard thing to put on any child. It was not insinuated, but it'd be lovely if we could go another 100 years. I thought, cheers, Dad. There's no pressure there, is there? But that's what Not My Father's Son's all about. It's about the relationship between father and son of Lola and of Charlie. Jerry Mitchell, picture on the left, went to the after-show party at the Connaught Hotel. I went up to the bar, had a couple of sherbets, one too many possibly, when I bumped into this guy on the right-hand side, knocked his drink all over the bar, and I went, "Oh, ever so sorry, mate." And he went, "You clumsy idiot." I went, "Oh, sorry. I'll get you another free drink from the free bar," and there you go. And I went back to the missus, and I said, "You're never going to believe that idiot at the bar." She goes, "Which one?" I said, "The guy with the beard." "You mean Graham Norton?" I went, "Graham Norton doesn't have a beard." "He does now." I said, "Right, get your camera, off we go." So I went back up to him, tapped him on the shoulder, and I went, "Excuse me, could I have your autograph and a photo with you?" And he went, "Oh, bloody hell," as he moved his glass to the other side of the bar. So you can see this picture of everyone with teethy grins that doesn't mean anything. It's just lovely. And I thought, I'm not having this. So I said to him just before I walked off, I said, "Oh, by the way, Graham, I apologise, I didn't recognise you with the beard. I said, I'd just like to introduce myself. My name's Steve Pateman. I am the real-life Charlie Price, the person who's inspired the story of the film and the musical." And he goes, "Oh, darling, you'll have to come on my show." Fickle. They're absolutely fickle. We met Cyndi Lauper on many, many occasions, and of course, she is an iconic person, but also she is a hell of a diva. She is so different to what you think. She was the only one who had security at the after-show party. It was easier to get an audience with the Queen than it was to have a picture taken with Cyndi Lauper. And she had big bouncers either side, and you couldn't hold a drink, you couldn't hold a cigarette, you couldn't do anything without their approval. It was quite a weird thing. So more teethy grins. But after that, he went on to the amateur dramatic scene after doing a tour around the UK as well. And it was great. They did the next tour with the travelling version of the West End show, and they started it at the Derngate. And the Derngate is Northampton's big theatre. It's the only time in the history of the Derngate that every single seat was sold for 2.5 weeks, which is an incredible thing. And they wouldn't allow me in there to sell my book. I had to set up shop in the Travel Inn opposite, handing out leaflets as people walked up to the theatre. They thought, "Who's this weirdo?" But it's just one of those things. But not only that, I actually started going on tour, because not only that, we've got a local brewery in Northampton called Phipps. Phipps made this beer called Kinky Boots. I went round all the pubs and clubs promoting Kinky Boots. I don't remember much of that month, but it was a good time. And I've had the most wonderful privilege to go to as many amateur dramatic versions of Kinky Boots as I can. And to be honest, as you've already heard tonight, this afternoon, the voices and the talent that we have that never makes the West End or Broadway is incredible. And really, if you get a chance to see an amateur dramatics version, do so, because you'll be blown away. It is absolutely amazing. And they pay for it all themselves. They need as much support as you can get. Wonderful, wonderful people. And they're always very welcoming as well. So once I've done all of that, everything else is part and parcel. Every time I think the story has ended, something else happens. And here we have, I look around because I can't remember her name, Steph McGovern. I ought to do that for the other ones, didn't I? Steph McGovern, she came to my house and we did an interview, Made in Britain, just to find out how the Kinky Boots were made, which is quite amazing as well. It never ends there. You heard earlier on how people get behind a new story. And I used to get people send me letters and emails and cards and everything else. But now Kinky Boots has become part and parcel of it. It's now on all the quiz shows. It's in films. Everywhere you go, there's something about Kinky Boots, which just goes to show how everything has changed over those last few years. I did get a very important customer from Holland come over, from the Netherlands, this guy here. And they said, "We know the story. We'd like to send our top reporter." He was Holland's version of Terry Wogan. He had done all the royal families. He'd done all the James Bonds. He'd done presidents. What the hell he'd done to upset them to send them all the way to Earls Barton to film me, I don't know. And I went, "Holland? I know someone in Holland. Kim Holland. She's a top Dutch porn." No. I never did find out what he knew about her, but there we go. I promised you a picture of the real Lola. Lola is made up of about 11 or 12 people, but without this lady, Sue Shepherd, top picture on the left, she was the one who made that first phone call. Without her, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have Kinky Boots. Okay, I did all the work, but she takes the credit because I think she deserves it. And we went down, and she's in Folkestone, and you can actually go and see it. We actually opened a blue plaque for her to promote her business as well. And we were very lucky to have the mayor to come and do that as well. Can't say any more about other than Coliseum. It's coming up. Opening night was last Tuesday. I went down to that. I'm there for the gala night on Sunday. But I had the pleasure and privilege of going up to see the show up in Liverpool. And I went backstage, on stage, and had my pictures taken with the cast. And, of course, the lovely Hannes. He is an amazing character. He's a very good Lola. And we've got another great person playing Charlie, who's Matt Cardell. He is probably one of the best Charlies I have seen. So if you get a chance to go and see it, please do so. I could go on for hours because I have so many stories. I'm limited to an hour. I'm having to cut a lot of it out tonight, so I do apologize for that. But I'm going to finish with a couple of little stories because there's a couple of stories that I love to tell. And what people don't understand is truth and fake fiction. They don't understand what's real and what isn't. And I told you about the story about, people understanding that the coffin was a real coffin and everything else. That scene in the film, it was a bit of a weird one because what happened is that my old man, his best friend in business, Ralph Robbins, who owned Shelley Shoes, if you remember all the way back at the beginning, they used to meet every Friday for a lunch, a business lunch. And he was so upset to watch the film and saw that my father had died. He was so upset that he actually sent my mum a sympathy card. I never did tell him till he read the book. But there's lots of little stories, and the last story I'd like to tell you is that just after this, my mum and dad live in Wellingborough, which is just down the road from where I live now in Elsbarton, and they come over for a Saturday or a Sunday or a Friday night. We have a curry or a Chinese, and the girls will have a gin and tonic. Me and the old man will go up to the local bar, order our meal, and go and have a couple of pints. If you go into the Stag pub in Elsbarton, it's dead opposite the fire station, and opposite there's a big couple of flag steps, old coaching inn type thing. And if you walked in many, many years ago, you'd have opened the doors, and there you would have had remember those old back chairs with the little curtains either side to keep the draft out? They had a pair of those, one either side of the door. So we'd ordered our meal, and we'd gone into the pub, and as I walked in, I said, Dad, right, we'll have a couple of quick drinks while we're waiting. And as we turned and looked, we looked and saw 3 old boys sitting at this table. These were what we called the Barton buggers. They were the worst people being put on God's earth. They were horrible people. They used to work for us, and eventually they'd work as a 3, and they'd get the sack. Then go down to Barker's, because Barker's is in Elsbarton. They work there for a while, get the sack. Go on to White's, work there, get the sack. And then go on to the other factory, Partridge's, get the sack from there, and then come and knock on our door again. Can we have a job again? You got wise after a while. And there we were. They were sitting there. They're all retired now. When Dad and I just walked at the bar, and one of them woke up. And he goes, hey, he said, did you see that old funeral that was held in the churchyard the other day? And he was talking about the scene from the film. And they go, oh, yeah. He said, somebody important. It wasn't anybody important. It was that bugger Pateman. Dad goes, what was that? I said, nothing, Dad. Just go and sit down over there. And I took him over, put him down. And he goes, he starts up again. He goes, do you know who he was? And I go, no. He says, he was the bosses of Brooks's. We used to work for him. Miserable old sod he was. And Dad goes, they're talking about me. I said, no, just forget it. He said, I tell you what, he says, I hope that they have dug that grave a lot bloody deeper than it needs to be. And Dad's going, what's he on about? He said, because I tell you, he says, I want the devil to hold on to his heels and never let the bugger up. And my dad said, that's it. If I could see him now, I'd tell him. Dad says, I've had enough of this. He crept out from behind his chair. He went to this other table, this other chair with the curtains. He stood behind the chair, got the curtains, threw them open, shoved his head through, closed the curtains and went, anybody like a drink from a dead man? It's a God's honest truth, honestly. Oh dear, there are so many stories, and you know that was one that stuck in my mind. But I'm going to leave you with this little thought. A little thought. It's been a journey. Would I have done it again? Oh yes. Have I enjoyed what I've done? Definitely. I just wish I knew about this industry earlier than what I did. I've never met such wonderful, wonderful people. I've been accepted into all walks of life by just being me, and they've accepted me for who I am. And that is something that we need to pass on. We're in very, very hard times and things at the moment. But I'm going to leave you with this last thought. We've just come through the Christmas period. A time when you, ladies and gentlemen, and those who, sorry, I won't go into that again. But just think, that time, in November and December, when you take your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren to this wonderful institution we have in the UK called a pantomime. A pantomime where men dress as women, women dress as men. They all walk around in thigh-length boots, slapping their thighs, and you call that family entertainment. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you so much indeed. I'm more than happy to take any questions if anybody wants to do a question. Or have you all got to go home? Have you got time for a couple of questions? Anyone want to ask a question? Oh, somebody at the back.
I think so. Is the mic working? Yes.
No, unfortunately, it's what happened in the film and the musical. The factory was converted into flats. I kept it going for a long, long time. The only trouble was, when you highlight a niche market, it opened it up to all the people that like to copy you. So all of a sudden, all the problems I had, I was having to refight. So for the last 23 years, I swapped my thigh-length boots for that of being a firefighter. So for the last 23 years, I've been a firefighter in Northampton Fire and Rescue. Which is all very well when the chief fire officer rings up and says, Steve, will you sort out your press and publicity and tell them to stop bothering us at work? Anybody else? Yes?
Any more questions?
Happily married. No, I am still married, and I've been married for about, I think since 1066, I think. No, we've been married about 30 plus years, so yeah, that was a little bit of a thing that, because my wife Sarah doesn't know whether she's Lauren or whether she's Nicola, so it's all, I think she's a bit of both. I don't know which part's which, but yeah, that's what she is, yeah. Anybody else like a quick word? Yes, somebody. It's very tiring. My record is actually 18 hours. And yeah, these are one of the original pairs of boots, which I've had about 5 new heels on. And if you get close, they've all been stitched up. But the little story behind this type of boot with the whip down the side was basically when I went to a fetish club in Weston-super-Mare. And I was lucky enough to speak to a dominatrix. And I said to her, is there anything that you have a problem with footwear, or is there anything I can do? She says, do you know what? She says, as a dominatrix, I have to work in semi-darkness. And she says, what I have, and Tom's holding one there, is a whip. And she says, when I've been using my whip, she says, I try and put it down somewhere. Now, when you put it down in the dark, you can't find it again. And I thought, what a great idea. So we designed this boot with a little whip pocket down the side. And when I showed this boot to the film company, Harbour Pictures, who did the Calendar Girls, they went, that is amazing. And it was that boot that sold the story. I had to go to the headquarters of the Walt Disney Corporation, Silver Creek Pictures, to try and sell the story with them. And I remember sitting there in their big boardroom, massive boardroom, with all these porcelain statues of the 7 dwarfs. And they were about 2 foot tall. And all we did was drape thigh-length boots over them. In the middle, by Snow White, was a pair of thigh-length whip boots. One of those stories that just rolls off the tongue. I don't know why. Yes? The new show in London is right the way through to, I think, end of June, middle of July. But I think it might even be extended because I think they're selling out really, really quickly. So, anyway, I think that's me done. Thank you so much indeed for inviting me down here. You've been a wonderful crowd. Once again, ladies, thank you so much indeed. It's been a pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. Thank you.
Can we say thank you to you, Steve? It's been absolutely fascinating. And I'm absolutely certain in the 1990s you didn't think you'd be standing here today telling this story. No, absolutely. It's been an absolute delight. Thank you so, so much for coming. Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Shall I go now?
You can.
Okay.
You can stay.
I also want to thank dancers and Lola. My goodness, what a great show. Thank you so much. And I've got one last person to thank today. I think you are very deserving of our vote of thanks, I really do. And for those of you who have read Katrina's message on the inside cover of the month's HCFWI News, you will know that when the going gets tough, she puts on her big girl pants. And I absolutely believe she's got them on today. Katrina just gets on with everything throughout the year with humour, dedication and good temper. Along with her team of trustees and volunteers, she has masterminded today. And I'm sure we will all want to join me in showing our appreciation and thanks in the usual way. Katrina Kemp, our chair.
Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you very much, Penny. I think she's been very kind. I'm not sure it's always a good temper. There are definitely some board meetings when I've been a little bit grumpy. I'd also just like to thank everyone involved in organising today, including Tom and Jodie, who has had to leave, for turning some of us into what I think we call dancers. So thank you ever so much for your hard work. It was genuinely good fun. I don't care if you lot enjoyed it or not. We had a blast up here. As always, I think it has been a success today. I've certainly had a wonderful day, even though there are a few tears here right now. We look forward to seeing you at next year's Spring Council meeting. I don't know where it will be, but I think we've had some positive feedback about here, so it may be back in Southampton. I don't want to make super promises. But in the meantime, we will see you, hopefully in October, at Autumn Live at the Anvil. Have a safe journey home. Don't forget to get your raffle prizes. I believe they're either out by reception or out by reception. Yep, I'm being nodded at. But before you leave, if you're able, could we please stand for the national anthem?